Percent message percent. Percent message percent. Bussin' on Korra fumes. We be bussin' on Korra fumes. Streamlabs Donna's busted FRFR, homie.
And tomato.
Percent message percent. FR where my dad be. FR no cap. The sign at Sneed's Feed and Seed is a joke, as the words feed and seed rhyme with the owner's name, Sneed. deal with it. That's right.
I'm gonna be late and you gotta deal with it.
Shit, låt bli oändligt och briefig.
You being this late is less unstraight than if you just borked Johan on stream. Gay dear. Oh, yay.
All right, folks. Just give me a fucking second here. All right. Wait, that one went through right. I'll be right there.
Child pornography.
I used to goon in my sock until the crust smells sweet.
We have been compromised. You cannot launder small head money through here anymore. You can only get lonely looser money now. Percent message percent. Six was stealing from me again. Why he sound like he bustin' a newt? He are gay? Claiming Korra is better than Airbender and late. Another male VTuber falling down the homosexuality pipeline. Sad, many such cases. Aim really black and I smoke a lot of crack.
learn to live with it.
Exactly. The natural order is
2 number 9s, a number 9 large, a number 6 with extra dip, a number 7, 2 number 45s, 1 with cheese, and a large soda.
disorder.
Nothing ever has to work for me, but good evening, my Gegnas. How does it go this evening, or wherever you may be out in this world of ours? The goddamn Streamlabs. I don't know what the fuck is going wrong with it. It might be fixed now. I don't know. Hold on. Let me do a real quick little test. Let me do a real quick little test of it. Let me see. Go here. Go here. I don't know. I don't change things, but they change on me. Tester. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Go. All right. Let's see. Why is it not even showing up? Uh-oh. Oh, because CTS is paused. Fucking idiot. All right. Well, then we'll see in a little bit if it worked. But anyway, if it doesn't work, then I suggest that you don't be submitting through Streamlabs. And I will try to get the messages that were sent a little bit earlier through later. Korra is better than Lele. I agree with this, actually, bizarrely. But I don't agree to the extent that I think that the title of this stream is true. This title is actually from a video that we will be reviewing in so many words tonight. Doing a little bit of fapping with E-style. Because, well, actually, it was originally called. Let me bring this up here. Here we go. It was original. Well, that's what it was originally called. It is now called this. The Legend of Korra is amazing, and here's why. But as you can see from when I downloaded it back on the 1st of April, you could make some guesses as to what I was planning to stream that day, but did not manage to do. It was called Why I Like to Have the Legend of Korra More Than the Last Airbender, which is very, very bold preference. Very bold indeed. And normally I wouldn't give a fuck if someone prefers the Legend of Korra over there. I don't give a shit. But this person did, however briefly, in somewhere in the first 5 minutes, the only ones that I pre-watched, they did call me out. So I say we give it a look-see. How about it? Holy shit, it was actually an out-of-season April Fool's joke. It was. I'm not sure I don't remember what stopped me from doing it back then. I'm not even really sure why I'm doing it tonight, but I just thought, hey, why not? That seems fun. So let's roll out the little TV here that I have for it. There it is. We'll be watching it on this baby. Deltarune is on my top 10 worst RPGs list. I don't know if it's top 10 worst. All right. Before we do that, let me get some of these TTSs out of the way that I'm sure I've stacked up a tiny bit. I don't presume that there will be as many as normal. I'm kind of hoping not. I was trying to set this up in such a way that it wouldn't be that case, but we're going to see. Go TTS.
Sorry, Junior Juror, not sorry. Try not submitting obscene filth to the stream next time.
Oh, dear.
Message percent.
Oh, hold on. The TV is in the way of some shit here.
Korra read the Elliot Rodger Manifesto, which was why it ended up being peak.
What?
Degeneracy detected from K6. If you want ovenable food items so bad, you can join them in there.
Some people are trying to submit some very bad things to the
Message percent.
username. Was that me?
Look who's back from the synagogue, our friend ER.
It took me a moment, but I'm
Lately
here.
in tech trouble, the holy trinity of ear.
That's right. At least late in tech trouble.
ER gets me throwing cash before he throws a SS. That's right!
A what?
Korra is better than Laylee.
This is actually true. As crazy as that is to say. Okay. Let me do my test. Oh,
Percent message percent.
why are they all going in like that? Hold on, real quick. There's no reason for that. YouTube ones are working just fine. These are all right.
Are we dropping the Fed posting all now?
Evidently. Everyone drops everything right at the fucking beginning of they front load these streams like that.
Percent message percent.
Okay, stop sending through Streamlabs. Stop sending through Streamlabs. It's not working. You know what? It's just plain not working. And thus, I'm going to real quickly, I'm just going to take that link out of the fucking description because I don't know why. So it's all super chats if you want to submit anything tonight. All right, there we go. I will have to.
Percent message percent.
Well, your name got through there, John Gordon. I don't know what your message was. If I'm not able to submit them through somehow later in the stream, they are refundable. You can just send in for a refund, and I don't give a shit. I'll get back.
Percent multiple racial slurs, percent.
I am missing out.
Will Blue Max work with supers?
You know what? I can make her. I can make her real quick, actually. Let me change this from Streamlabs trigger to a YouTube trigger. At least
That's right!
this should work.
Let's watch ER doesn't understand gender.
What?
What? That
Didn't we already do that?
can't mean... Bro, ER, you okay, buddy? Say the N-word twice if Ray Faulkner is holding you hostage.
No, it's not me. It's
13% message, 50%.
oh, you fuckers! Stop it.
This guy doesn't actually think Korra is better. He's just a fan who's so desperate for ER to make more Korra
Whoa.
content that he made this video
That's
as
a 4D
psyop
chess
to
move.
get him to do this stream. Respectable.
That is pretty crazy. I can believe it.
This guy doesn't actually think Korra
Did you
is
send
better.
this through twice?
He's just a fan who's so desperate for ER to make more Korra content that he made this video as a psyop to get him to do this stream. Respectable.
Respectable, indeed. What?
When will you
All right,
finish Dust
pause
Boy, my
TTS.
companion?
Never. Pause TTS.
Jason,
Holy
bless you,
crap.
Fully hair covered, fully hair covered, fully hair covered.
Pause
fully hair covered,
TTS.
Fully hair covered, fully hair covered.
Holy fuck, people. All right. Let's calm the fuck down. Okay, let me okay. That should do it. All right. I'll turn it back on in a moment. Let's just get into this video first, shall we? Holy Christ. There's no alive 9/11 bosses. All right, hold on. Oh, you know what? God, there's so many things that I have set up here. It's fucking ridiculous, stupid. Okay. Oh no, make it to which one anyway. Well, I'll let the rest of the TTS display real quick. Go TTS, and then we begin. What? I saw they were in the queue. Why aren't they playing? What? Did they all get fucking crushed? Uh-oh. Why are they not going through now? I see them in the chat. What's going on? Oh shit. What did I ruin now?
Junior Jar sent degeneracy to the
There
stream,
we go.
so I'm sending him back to the creator. Have a quick trip, buddy.
Junior, why would you do this? Stop sending messages of that particular stripe. And you know what I'm talking about. You're just wasting your money. Talking about Korra, yeah, we are in a second. Apparently, goddamn. Do this. Yeah. All right. I don't know why some of those didn't go through. Yeah, and if I don't.
Alert! User K6 has been found in the flight logs. Now they can be found in the Duraflame logs I'm lighting on fire.
Okay. Whatever. Let's just get into the video. Fuck it. I haven't said anything. Yeah, whatever you say, buddy. Whatever you say.
Degen alert! Degen alert!
Holy.
Johan is showing why they're on the registry again. Register this, deviant.
Johan, I can't believe you. Why would you do this? All right. I just wanted to set up a chat over here.
Which is worse, Korra or Netflix's Voltron?
I didn't watch Netflix's Voltron except for one episode that had a time loop in it or something that was okay. The animation was worse. That's for damn sure. Despite being Studio Mirror. Okay. If it's gay, you have to watch it. No, I don't. That's my secret. All right, none of my totally fine messages went through. Points are not live. Yeah, I don't have that all fucking set up. Because I have to hit every fucking technical road bump there could be.
That was some riveting Friday night content.
I'm sorry that you couldn't spam the N-word TTS as much as possible, Blondie. All right. I see what y'all are trying to say.
Norwood.
Okay. Do I have to pause TTS on y'all? Where's my Gator game? What do you mean your Gator game? Oh, wanna hug a Gator or whatever the fuck? I'm not playing that tonight. All right, let's do it. Where did I put the fucking? All right, everybody ready? You have to give me my money back. You just apply for a refund if you really need it. Anyway. Hey, yeah. Where did I even put it? Here we go. So is this your VTuber arc? I've been doing this for almost a year and a half now. Yeah, how did you fix the username?
I'm going to start this with a plain statement that might end up getting people to dislike this video immediately.
Strong start, isn't it?
Will you review Tomb Raider 2018 or its recent Netflix anime show?
I didn't know it had a recent... Oh, yeah, I did. And no.
And legs? Bald. Just how ER likes it.
Pause TTS. Pause TTS. Gay voice. You know, it's Korra fan for sure. Yeah, I don't know. What? Let's go back again. Let me restart this.
I'm going to start this with a plain statement that might end up getting people to dislike this video immediately.
But why? Why would you do that? Don't you want the people to like your video? Unless you're like me and you find that really funny, like to put something controversial at the beginning of a video to make people mad. Why would you do this? This is kind of dumb. Anyway.
Avatar: The Last Airbender is not objectively better than The Legend of Korra.
False.
And you are absolutely justified in preferring Korra over it, just like I do.
Okay, so I want to pause there because I did pre-watch this bit, and I find this little opening thesis or whatever really hilarious because it's completely contradictory. Right? Let me Can I go back? Yeah. So, how can you say that
The
Avatar
Last Airbender is not
objectively better than the Legend of Korra, and then say that you are absolutely justified, as in, you know, justification, a measurable, objective kind of I don't know. Well, it's a statement. You can't say something isn't objectively true and then say this
absolutely justified
a preference can be objectively true.
In preferring Korra over.
What are you doing? And you're not, because the show's shit. Anyway, let's continue.
Just like I do. There's a lot of content on YouTube about how Korra is an objectively terrible.
All right, here we go. There's me right up there, right over there. Now, if you look closely, it would appear that he only actually really watched the Lily Orchard video, like halfway through for some fucking reason. You can see a little red bar there. So maybe he didn't actually watch mine at all. I don't know. I didn't watch the rest of the video to see if he actually, you know, has anything to say about what I've said about Korra, but I guess we're gonna see. I don't know why we put yourself. I've tried watching the Lily Orchard video in the past. I can't do it. Did this nigga beat Jevil? Yes, he did, baby.
Terrible show with no redeeming qualities, and how it.
That's a woman? What's a woman? Oh. No.
Doesn't hold a candle to Atla in any way. And even when people give Korra credit, it's often prefaced with the fact that it is definitely worse than The Last Airbender.
True.
And often, if you mention that you prefer Korra more, your opinion is attributed to you overcompensating for the hate Korra gets, or that you are glazing. It's just a matter of what type of show you'd like to watch more.
Oh, okay. I hope that you don't, totally prove me right about that. The fact that you're probably gonna. Well, anyway, I mean, if you do prefer it, wouldn't you glaze it? That's the whole. If you like something, that's the whole point. You glaze the things you like. You can do that. Still be wrong that it's a good show or whatever, but you can do that.
If you prefer The Last Airbender, like many do, you are totally valid, and I am so willing to discuss why you prefer it. I am not trying to take the other side and say that Korra is objectively better either.
But you are, though. Because if you prefer Korra, then you think it is better. Which means, I mean, from a measurable standpoint, an objective measurable standpoint, you think the show is better. So that's just wrong.
I'm saying that I enjoyed and connected to it more, and neither is objectively better than the other.
No. Are you saying that you can't compare or contrast either of the shows in any way? Because that would just be false. And Avatar's better, we all know this.
It's just a matter of preference, not fact. And I just
whatever.
gotta
all right,
say
continue.
really quickly, some of these videos are just downright hateful. Listen, I'm not here to criticize people's work because making YouTube essays this long ain't exactly easy, let me fucking tell you. But really to say that just don't let anyone tell you what your opinion is, especially for clickbait purposes.
No, you should all listen to my opinions. They're correct.
You are allowed to enjoy Korra more, and you are valid. That's the main message of this video. Your opinions are valid, and me and some of my...
Okay, they're valid, but they're not objective. So, how are they valid? Well, anyway.
Close friends personally agree that Korra is better, even understanding why most people are partial towards Atla. Honestly, I forced myself to watch a couple of these Korra is objectively bad
did you? Did you?
is garbage videos for the sake of learning further what the perceived issues are with this show, so that this video wouldn't just be me shouting my opinion. And it was really difficult for me. I couldn't watch them all. It genuinely makes me uncomfortable and just sad to listen to people hyperfixate on every issue with a piece of media and acting like their criticisms of the show mean that the show is objectively bad, without giving it any credit, even if I'm...
No, I've given it credit, I'm pretty sure. I think the animation's pretty good.
Not a huge fan of it, like I am of this show. And am I saying that Legend of Korra is a perfect show? No. It's rare to find a show that is. Is Last Airbender perfect?
Yeah, no, it's not.
No, it truly isn't, and I could hyper-analyze and find just as many flaws with the plot of that show as these essays do with Korra.
No, I mean, well, good thing that you showed the ending there. The ending of Avatar is like, it's pretty bad. It has it misstepped in quite a few areas, but did it misstep more than Legend of Korra did? No.
But personally, I really love Last Airbender, and like I said, I don't enjoy searching for flaws. I prefer to find things to connect to, learn from, and just overall enjoy watching. Not to mention that some of these videos do make valid points. I'm not saying it's all garbage. I think saying that in general is pretty reductive. I'm saying that there's so much more to love about this show than so many people recognized, and a lot of these faults either come down to a matter of preference or a general misunderstanding of what Korra was trying to say.
No, I don't know, plot holes, objective retcons to the original show. Those, that's a lot of what I focus on, I think. But I don't know if you're going to get to that. We'll see.
Rather than an actual matter of bad writing, as so many people attribute it to. I think in general, since Korra takes a much more mature approach to its story and tone, people are subconsciously more harsh and critical of the choices it makes, laughing The Last Airbender's poorer choices as just aspects of a kid's show and not really taking them that far into account.
I mean, I've always wanted to do video critical of the flaws of that show, but it's I guess, you know, it's just not as fun as ripping on Korra.
All people, or fans of course, but it is a common phenomenon. When Korra is definitely a kid's show too. Yes, it has some
wow. Stunning insight so far.
Much darker themes overall, and perhaps was
but we've been over this ad nauseum.
Geared towards preteens and younger teenagers, but it is still a kid show that was on Nickelodeon.
Yeah, and it failed at being one, didn't it? Because kids didn't want to fucking watch it.
One of the most, perhaps the most, common complaint about The Legend of Korra is its pacing. How The Last Airbender had the through line of the Fire Nation conflict throughout all seasons, while Korra focuses on a different conflict each book. But I have yet to hear why this is objectively bad writing or negative for the show as a whole.
No, that kind of framing is not objectively bad if you want to have self-contained conflicts in all the books. The problem is it doesn't do any of them all. That's the actual issue. And they clearly don't gel together very well either. They're a little too self-contained, like the fact that the equalist movement completely disappears after book one. That's a big one. A lot of things having to do with the dark spirits and such are not expounded on after book two. Stuff like that. That's the issue. That's the bigger issue there.
I've heard why people dislike it and feel that Atlas is better, but I don't understand.
They didn't build off each other. Even the last season, really correct. Yes.
Understand why this is inherently a bad thing. Yes,
it's not inherently a bad thing.
This is the result of production limitations on the show, never really being secure in its position on Nickelodeon.
Okay, we all know this is incorrect. By the way, if you've watched my Korra-sama video, they had before book one aired the entirety of the show ordered. Now you can say they had production limitations because they made more of a show in less time than they did with Avatar: The Last Airbender. They were working on, at some point, 30 episodes simultaneously. They were completing book 2, going through book 3, and doing pre-planning for book 4 at some point, all in one go. That's a lot. It's admittedly a lot. Probably didn't help course production.
But I don't think that makes it an inherent fault. In fact, I think it honestly improved the pacing of the show in a really important way for me.
Okay,
my biggest
what way?
gripe revisiting Last Airbender as an adult was the especially outstretched story. I do agree that it makes for some incredible and full world building, which helps make the climax even more epic and grandiose.
Yep,
but there's just so much time wasted when they could have been spent with far more interesting and serious concepts. Yes, it's a kid show, but this conflict of the week type thing really allows for some uneven pacing, especially in the first and early second season, where the first stumbles in the middle, not really knowing what to do before the large battle at the Water Tribe that they clearly had planned from the beginning.
Okay, but at the very least, I mean, if you're calling this filler, at least they're still progressing. That's part of the it being a travel show really helps Avatar: The Last Airbender, because even the stuff that is a little bit slower, a little bit maybe filler adjacent, you can still see that they're moving towards something. They're always moving from location to something. Unlike Korra, which generally stuck in a single location and not doing a great deal. Well, anyway, we'll continue.
Last Airbender has incredible episodes right next to rather dull ones, like The Fortune Teller or Avatar Day. And
what the fuck's wrong with The Fortune Teller? The Fortune Teller is a great episode. What do you mean? You're going to have to expand on that one. Avatar Day is fine. You get stuff with Kyoshi in it. You get Sokka being a detective. It's fun. You're going to have to expand on that a little bit more.
And it really lost the momentum that those incredibly exciting episodes gave me, for a detour that may have been fun, but not exactly introspective, and could have been spent with a more serious or more important topic to the overall theme. And when people revisit...
Okay, like what? Saying a lot of words. I'd like some specific, please. What would be more important? Why can't we have fun in a kids' cartoon? Oh, hello, Shawa. Aang line get people to get along, shows he's not just a blank all good. Yeah, I do like that. I mean, a lot of people give that episode a lot of grief, but I think it's kind of fun. I like the ending where it shows all those different animation styles to show all the different stories that Aang is telling, and I like the fact that he's just lying his ass off just to get these people to survive together. I think it's fun. Maybe filler adjacent-y, but for an episodic season like Book 1 is, I'm going to call that really a fault.
At Last Airbender, a lot of these episodes that are more filler are generally considered to be great anyway, when really they are diversions from the plot, and if you enjoyed them...
How are they diversions from the plot? He's not going to explain this.
That's totally fine. Personally, I felt that they slowed down the pacing in a way that took me out of the story and broke my immersion quite a few times.
Okay, he's still not going to explain. How did it break your immersion? Why does it take you out of the story? This is the story. They're traveling to the Northern Water Tribe to find a waterbending master. That's the point. They are traveling. How is this a diversion? I don't... Anyway.
Whereas Korra really doesn't have as much time to mess around, and the plot is largely focused on the main...
What do you mean? The show's longer than Avatar: The Last Airbender. It has more time. And it's not doing the travel show bit. So it gets to focus... It gets to, like, super focus on one setting. Minimal locations, comparatively. Okay, well.
Themes of each season, and the overall theme of personal growth through extreme loss. I think the only big misstep here is the episode in Book 1 called The Spirit of Competition. That is the one where it's focused entirely on Korra's love troubles, but besides that each episode has a distinct purpose in moving the storyline forward, developing its characters, and expanding the world in a meaningful way, especially after the
And the episodes that you listed don't... What? This is a little bit rougher than I thought it would be. This guy is like electronically pausing at every frame. You don't get it. She's the Avatar. You got to deal with it. Maybe I didn't consider that. Pause like the TTS. Do you think I could listen to the TTS and this video at the same time? Will TTS be on pause? Okay, I'll unpause it for a moment here. Go TTS.
Percent message percent.
Somebody still tried to send through Streamlabs. I don't know why.
My first SP didn't get read out by TTS.
I'm sorry to hear that. I will try to get to these
did
later.
you make another bait and switch title about Korra to get people frothing at the mouth again?
No, I'm just using the guy. This guy's title for his video.
I already dislike this video because ER is a scammer. This Korra Airbender video is terrible. Refund me $3, X2 Streamlabs, and $2 Super Chat. Fraud!
You can refund them if you really want to.
But why would you pause TTS?
Because of this.
Percent message.
Because of this.
Pillow biter, fanny bandit, fudge pecker, cockrider.
Why would you send me this?
We need TTS back with a low N-word limit.
Okay, clearly I need to raise the price.
At least
I'm raising
Sister
the price.
supports our Men of Shadow.
Who?
I love your channel, but worst stream ever. Chin.
Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that, Ryan.
People like to say that watching a depressed shadow VTuber is objectively bad, but I really should get a life.
All right, I'm raising the price.
You like Last Airbender because Aang is minor.
What?
Revisiting The Last Airbender as an adult should get you on several state and federal lists. Dear God, grow up, ER.
Ryan, I don't know what the hell you're trying to communicate to me at this point.
You're getting cooked for real. No cap. Ski buddy.
What?
After Chili, I become an airbender. Hey, you.
All right, I put it up to $3. Nowhere that. All right. We're finally through the fucking queue. Let me see. Thank God. All right. Jesus Christ. All right. Jeez. Are all Team Avatar minors? Yes. Right? Yes. All right. Goddamn. All right. I'll leave TTS on, but it is just $3 redo now. All right. Back to watching this fellow.
Hey K6, what you doing? Get that trash out of my stream, reprobate. Thanks for the shekels, though.
K6, why would you do this? Oh, why are the pets not working? Nothing's working on the stream tonight. Oh, well.
Small, lighthearted break in Season 1, the conflict with the Equalists really gets kicked into gear and reaches a breaking point that begins ultimate war in Republic City. And I'll talk more about the romance issues and this specific episode a bit later in the video. I mean, you have to give them credit for how grounded, different, and developed each of these different villains are in each of these seasons, despite the fact that—
No. I mean, I don't really have to go over why they're bad. I've done so already. But, I mean, we'll see. We'll see if he gets into specifics. It hasn't really with anything yet.
That they only have one book to present their ideologies. It's—
Uh-oh.
You want to know what I'm trying to communicate? That you're a fraud? Also, which of these animated children do you find the most attractive?
I do not. And these ones are not children, I don't think. Unless, no, Korra starts her series at 17? I think. So maybe they are. You are drunk? I don't drink. I'm a teetotaler. All right, here we go.
actually really impressive and speaks to how well they're able to pace out each story and develop these concepts forward without having 3 seasons to do so. For me, it all—
Oh, that was a conscious decision that they made. They could have done it that way. They just didn't. That was a self-imposed restriction.
Killed pornography, PV, what it is, my nigger.
You got one through. Way to go, Blondie. Way to go. Hold on a second. I'm gonna copy a little something here. Maybe put it in a certain list. All right, here we go. Well done, buddy.
We in there, baby.
Oh, well, thank you, Dark Knight Gnomed. Or Gnome D. Thank you very much. Just use neighbor instead of the other one. Oh, well, that's not what I'm actually putting in the list. All right.
often felt like a mini version of The Last Airbender every season, building up to an extremely exciting climax that I was always eager to watch, just as much as I was for the ending of The Last Airbender.
We in there,
originally.
baby.
Well, thank you, Sticky Banana, for the 5 memberships. Thank you very much, and I'll make sure to thank him. Oh my God, Sawa got caught in. All right, cool.
I also hear the complaint often in this argument about Korra's characters not really getting decisive arcs, which I honestly wholly disagree with, and I think this is really exemplary of one of the reasons these videos lack objectivity. They largely ignore...
What? Hold on, you just said there was no objective standards. What do you mean that they lack objectivity? They can't have it to begin with, according to you. Oh, God, this guy. Oh, my God. Okay. Oh, maybe this wasn't a good idea at all.
Any sort of positive development given to any...
Is this stream a cry for help? Maybe. I thought it'd be funny. This is just hurting me. I didn't think this went through.
Of the characters. Katara and Sokka losing their mom and going after the man who killed him is genius writing, but...
Activating chipper. User Junior Dur. Assume the position. That's right. Feet first. Here we go.
Another one that didn't make it through.
When Korra says we in there, she means you're in us.
You're in us. I don't quite know what that is, but thank you. What is this guy smoking? The Legend of Korra, evidently. All right, hold on. Let me move back a moment here.
And going after the...
Go.
Their mom and going after the man who...
I can't...
Despite the fact that they only have one book to present argument about Korra's characters not really getting decisive arcs, which I honestly wholly disagree with, and I think this is really exemplary of one of the reasons these videos lack objectivity. They largely ignore any sort of positive development given to any of the characters. Katara and Sokka losing their mom and going after the man who killed him is genius.
Katara and Sokka losing their mom and going after the guy. What? When did they do that? Am I misinterpreting what he's saying? I don't remember them ever doing that. I remember Katara and Zuko going after the guy. Maybe that's what he means. Sokka and Katara did. That was her and Zuko. Yeah, I guess that's what he must have meant. Sokka didn't give a fuck.
Writing. But Mako and Bolin's arc in book 3 where they meet their family, which honestly contained a scene that made me cry actual tears, is regarded as bland and copy-pasted for some reason.
Because nothing happens. They meet their family and they're like, okay, here's my scarf, Grandmama. It doesn't change their outlook on anything. It doesn't like shape their characters in any way. They're just like, hey, we had family here all along, and all right.
Gegner, TVB.
Well, hello, TVB. Welcome. They're like, hey, welcome to the family. We'll get you out of Ba Sing Se real quick, and we'll just continue on with the story. Bye.
I think ER has reached its all tiresome levels. I'll have to think of something new and worse. In the meantime, pee.
I don't. Thank you very much, Blondie. I don't know if you can go worse. You're certainly welcome to try. All right. Is my computer this poopy or what? Because I'm lagging hard. I don't know. Are other people lagging? Oh, thank you, Overture Saint. Is that a challenge? Yes, it is, sir.
Crashing the stream with no survivors. This is a cozy show. Sincerely.
Sincerely. Thank you, Dadik. No lagging. A small bit of lag. No lagging for me. No lag. I ain't lagging. So I don't know who to believe. Sincerely.
Why? What is the reason that this is copy-pasted while the other one is genius? Mako and Bolin being reunited with their
because I get Katara meeting the man that killed her mother and her forgiving him, quote unquote, is an actual development to her character, while him giving away his scarf to Grandmama, it doesn't really do anything to inform us Anything more about his character? We already know Mako's a kind of a nice guy.
PR, this ain't good for your soul. Veggie Tales, now.
You know what? We could pivot to that. I had this here. The problem is, the reason that I didn't do it is because it will get caught by Content ID. And I don't know how safe that is for me to do. I might do that. Muted. I'm not muted. People can hear me. Unmuting TTS means nothing else is going to get done. Well, you're not hearing TTS now? What? Play VeggieTales at 0.75 or 0.125 speed. Muted. I heard it. I can hear just fine. I don't know who to believe. Are y'all fucking with me? Stream on kick my trigger. No, someone sent a $2 TTS. Oh, that's why. I told you it's $3. You know what? Let me put that in the fucking description, just in case. $3 voice TTS. Exclamation points. All right, save. Boom. This guy's a scammer. Don't worry, the trolling stream works fine. All right. If I can't push through, well, I'm gonna need like another like thumbnail, or I just get rid of this thumbnail. We just watch it. Whatever. Just gonna open the floodgates again.
Activating chipper. User Junior Jar. Assume the position. That's right. Feet first. Here we go.
He's still trying. But wow, he's just throwing money away tonight. Wait, so I can still get TTS for $2 because I paid.
Lagging D's nuts, go team.
Fuck off, you fucker. Thank you. All right. We will continue. But they didn't have family, and now they do. That's character development. It's characters popping up. In a way, character generation.
Lost family and having to deliver.
Was weird Mako lied about only having Bolin left. Yeah, that's true. Bolin's the only family I have left. If something were to happen to him, well, I guess I would just go to Ba Sing Se and go meet my gigantic family that all live under one roof. Because I would definitely know that my dad had, parents.
Alert, alert. Killer must try to dump utter degeneracy into the stream. Shame I have to break their bucks instead.
That's a shame. All right, we will continue. Can I hear in chat? Have I been clickbaited? In a way, I guess. Forgot about the PewDiePie thing. That was ages ago. Did I talk about PewDiePie? Oh, I found this channel next to PewDiePie. Oh, well, yeah, it was forever ago. Very cool of them.
It's not safe. I lost a YTP playlist with 1,000s of views because of a video being marked for kids.
Ooh.
Percent message percent.
Oh, I'm sorry. Don't send through Streamlabs. Holy crap.
This is Duggoth talking through the annoying git that is Korra. I just wanted to say, stay strong and see you Wednesday. And lava dipping.
Thank you, Duggoth. Kind of weird hearing your intonation through Korra, but you gotta do what you gotta do. Put a fucking play on these shits. Coming through way too fast. Sandbenders are oppressed. They should have been pressed into the fucking dunes by Aang, but Katara stopped them.
Degen alert! Degen alert! Child pornography is showing why they're on the registry again. Register this deviant.
How the fuck did you get that through?
Wow, what the fuck, E. Semi-Galen R. Really, in front of my optic sensors? Terminate yourself.
This is a mess. This is a fucking mess. Holy fuck. Well, that one's just, yeah. All right. Let's just continue. Fuck me.
For absolutely devastating news, and then moving on with such compassion to be able to comfort them after having already processed this loss.
Degeneracy detected from Sawa Gripe-sama. Disgust percentage 10,000%.
What?
Get filtered.
Sawa, how could you do this?
Percent message percent.
I'm sorry, username.
You need Jesus, Isami Julinar. Unfortunately, all you have right now is me. Activating chipper. User Joe Biden, assume the position. That's right.
What?
Feet first. Here we go.
Why are you doing this?
Stop it. Stop it. You're just throwing money away to set the alarm off. Your own sister. She's not my sister. Okay. All right. Well. That Maka pose is crazy. Oh. All right. Why is your sister Mexican? Because she's not.
And understanding how much of a toll.
That's some really sus shit to say E-bottom to Johan R, especially from within squishing distance.
It probably was. God damn it. Tell me if ER is Jewish. If so, I want a refund. Thanks. I mean, I'm telling people to stop donating to me if that tells you anything. I probably should. I don't know how to turn off super chats, actually. Maybe, I think, could I? Fuck it.
It takes to hear this story. Ugh, it's beautiful, and it makes me cry every time. And well, yes, I do agree that arcs like Zuko's show how they planned things out from the beginning while knowing that they had 3 seasons. I think Korra...
They didn't. They got a 13 to 14 episode pickup originally. It was going to end with the Blue Spirit. They did not know for sure that they were going to get more than that. They didn't know they were going to get an extension on book 1, which they did. They did not know they were going to get book 2 until book 1 was finished. They did not know they were going to get book 3 until book 2 was finished. So they just they had a plan, and they well, guess what? They stuck to a fucking plan. Imagine trying to do that. Crazy, right?
Korra handles its characters in a really mature way that many underappreciate. Even though they didn't know where they could go with it after book 1, they brought...
Maybe they should have. Maybe they should have had an idea. Especially considering the fact that Nickelodeon approached them and said, you know what, we're open to doing more, but let's just start out with this miniseries. See where that takes us. You know, they didn't have to end that first book by completely undoing everything that they had set up. By having, after Aang show up and magically give Korra back all of her bending. They didn't have to do that. No matter what would have happened in the future. They could have just stuck to the plan. Stuck to their story. But plans are for good shows anyway. Yeah, you have a point there. Right,
Jack Saint, what are you? Oh, it's raping children.
No!
You have to go back to Non's Island.
No! I mean, you do have to. You have to go back. With a name like that. Oh, boy. Even if they didn't have all the seasons guaranteed, Korra losing her bending is a better ending with the Deus Ex Machina. Correct. They could have just stuck to their guns. You don't have to undo everything that you set up for a fake happy ending. They weren't going to do that with the Blue Spirit and Avatar: The Last Airbender, but oh well.
Asami's father back in book 4 to further Asami's development and to help her learn
Asami,
about forgiveness,
the incredibly
mirroring
deep
what Korra
character
learns
that
this
is
season
Asami.
as well with Kuvira. And it also places a nice book.
Hey, ER likes child pornography. What you doing? Get that trash out of my stream, reprobate. Thanks for the shekels, though. Degen alert, Degen alert. The Grapist is showing why they're on the registry again. Register this deviant.
All the know people they're just sending money to have that alert go off, and then someone sent that because they didn't know not to. I don't know why. I don't have the link to the Streamlabs there, so people are just they're going over to the Streamlabs and from some other link, some other open tab, I guess, and they're just continuing to send money to a thing that's broken. I don't know why. Raise the price to $10 or 20. I don't know, maybe. Started on winning. Oh, you know what? Now that I think about it. No, I'm being an idiot. Those are all being sent through fucking Streamlabs. Everybody who's doing that.
Little bit off topic, but would you consider making a video or talking about stop killing games at some point?
I could talk about it a little bit right here, and that I 100% support that initiative. And I do like Accursed Farms Ross, the YouTuber, very much. I've been watching his shit since forgetting exactly, was it called Freeman Speaks? No, Freeman's Mind. Freeman's Mind. Yeah, I've been watching since then. I love that shit. I love his reviews on his channel. I think he's got a good idea to go in there. And Pirate Software being a bit of a we'll say the hard R
last
about
Airbender
it.
talking about extinction of a people versus the mature Korra talking about love triangles.
Yeah, exactly. And in fairness, they don't delve a whole stinking lot into the genocide shtick. That is a little heavy for a kid's cartoon. And I don't blame it for not doing that. But it did have it. It did.
Degenerates like
Oh
you
my God.
_2_$_TTS belong on a cross. So
No.
upside down.
Oh my God.
ER, why not take a break and put your sweet little dog to bed?
I'm sure he does
sure he
miss
misses
me.
you. Do it before Sawa kicks him. She said so yesterday.
What the fuck, Sawa? What is wrong with her? You know, he does have to go to bed. Yara is silencing my proud black voice here. I'm trying.
Gay sex child pornography.
Stop!
Stream. So I'm sending him back to
Stop!
Have a quick trip, buddy.
Okay. Pause TTS. Holy goddamn. Pause TTS. Pause TTS.
Degeneracy.
Pause TTS.
_raping_children.
Pause
Discount percentage
TTS.
1000%. Get filtered.
Pause TTS. Oh my God. You change your name in TTS. Well, you do that. Evidently, they are doing it through the Streamlabs. So here's what's going on. The ones that are not making it through are obviously setting off the alarm. And the ones that are making it through, incidentally, are getting filtered because the TTS reading is fucking broken. So that's what's been happening. It's probably been the same 2-3 people fucking with me. Make me rich, but fucking with me. She didn't specify ER's puppy. What the wait? Hold on. What? Did Sawa really talk about kitten dogs? Not Sawa. She wouldn't. But it's Pride Month. What's that fucking got to do with anything? Just a regular ER stream. This is actually a little bit worse. All right. AI will rule the future. AI right now. Well, technically, this isn't. This is mostly on me. I want to say thank you for allowing TTS. All right. My dog's actually already in bed. I just checked. I have a little camera set up for my computer here to check on his crate. He's already in there, so I'd just be waking him if I went out there. So I'm gonna let him sleep tight. Kiss him goodnight. Well, it'll just wake him up and get him all aggravated because he's very rigid, but he's got a structure. If he's in bed, then you gotta let him stay in bed. All right. You're spending super chat money buying a doggy camera or door. Well, I just want him to be safe. Have a child, not a dog. Okay. That's the plan. Why not both, right? How do I donate to the people that are triggering the Streamlab alarms? You're doing God's work. Keep it up. You don't know what they're trying to send through. Wake him up. You decide when he sleeps. And he's supposed to sleep right now, so I'm not going to wake him up. Anyway. I'm nearing my spending limit, so relax. Yeah, that's what you fucking said last time. All right. I'll unleash TTS in a moment. Let me just get like another minute through this video. I'm impressed you still have super chats. The swarming Google must be too busy swimming the septic tank to
and on Asami's arc, making it come full circle, to the point where she can forgive the dad she rebelled against in the first season. And even characters who aren't part of the main...
The dad who tried to kill her, by the way. I don't know. I feel like if my dad tried to kill me, despite being my dad, I'd have some hang-ups about it, but... Oh, well.
Crew have concrete arcs, like Lin and Suyin, Tenzin and his siblings, and even Opal, Suyin's daughter. People often complain about what they didn't get, saying, oh, they could have had more this, or they could have had more
they
that.
They definitely could have had a lot more of this than that.
Have, but they didn't have time. And I don't think they...
What do you mean they didn't have time? You mean production? Ah, God. I don't know what the fuck this guy's talking about, really. I'm glad we invigorated that depression in you. Yeah, it's all coming back. Where's my dad? Death better than an overarching story. Yeah. This guy doesn't have dad, so you wouldn't understand. Well. I mean, I don't either.
They wasted any more time than they did with The Last Airbender. Here's some math. Out of Avatar The Last Airbender's 61 episodes,
there are
approximately 12 filler episodes.
Are you going to say which ones? Okay.
That's approximately 20% of all of the episodes. Korra has 2. 3 if you...
Are you going to say which? What are filler? Which ones are filler? Why are they filler? Filler's not inherently bad. It doesn't have to be bad. Yeah, sure. We'll say that. It doesn't have to be bad.
You count original Airbenders in Book 3, which I don't at all, people would have guaranteed complained about pacing. If we...
Wait, hold on. Korra's only 52 episodes? Oh, hold on. Am I misremembering? Or... I thought it was a bit more than that. I might be misremembering. Yeah, I am misremembering. Okay. You're right about that. What? 1361? Oh my goodness. 13. Filler is fine if the episode's enjoyable, sure.
Didn't get this episode bringing us up at what the Airbenders have been up to. It definitely makes the part where Zahir threatens them more valuable. Not that I think The Last Airbender was a slog.
I don't know. I feel like if a fucking terrorist showed up and threatened a bunch of characters that I'd grown to love, especially Tenzin. Well, I mean, I don't really love them. Speaking as a Korra fan, hypothetically, you know, these characters that we have been with for 3 books, you know, if they were fucking captured by crazy villains again, I feel like you wouldn't need necessarily a filler episode to inform me of my feelings about that. But all right, whatever.
Or anything, but the idea here is that Korra made the most of
Tales of Bossing Say equal filler. Sure, I would say there's more character development in that episode. Basically all of the fucking Legend of Korra. Iroh and his son. Toph and her femininity with Katara. And yeah, there's not really much there. Zuko's little short romance subplots, mostly just kind of fun. Sokka's just funny. Momo's just I guess you could call that character development for Momo. Well, I guess it's more of just a side story. Still more than Korra.
what it had, and I enjoyed it more overall for its pacing, even if The Last Airbender has more content for people to generally enjoy. Korra is always moving the main season plot forward in some way, whereas The Last Airbender spends a lot of time with assorted set pieces that often don't advance development.
What? Okay, I'm gonna give him this one, actually. This episode, I believe the headband. Yeah, this one is kind of filler. There is some, I would say there is more filler, probably, that doesn't do much for the story in book 3. I'm gonna give him this one. Still more enjoyable than any episode of fucking Korra. But...
The Great Divide, Avatar Day, the headband being the first that come to mind. Yes, some of them do provide.
Headband is peak, don't you dare. It's fine. It's fine. It's better than any episode of Korra. That's for damn sure.
Some excellent commentary on the world around them and some great world building.
Yeah,
but I
that's
don't
true
think
about that.
those episodes are necessary in terms of the main plot of the
No,
show.
they're
and
not.
I think they
You
could
probably
could have
removed this episode
in more relevant plot devices. I think that the Korra didn't establish as much, or Korra didn't have enough time with its characters arguments aren't really true. I mean, yeah, I would have loved more seasons or longer seasons of Korra. Who wouldn't? But what we...
I don't know, 95% of the Avatar fan base, of course, not really that beloved, my friend.
We got was amazing, and just as good as The Last Airbender, in my opinion. Korra has a huge supporting cast, focusing on Aang's kids,
it does.
Korra's friends, Korra herself, and the villains. But they do an amazing job of making all of these individuals feel like concrete people. Bumi and Kaya, as soon as...
Okay. Kaya? No. Kaya's barely a character. If you were to really push me to try to describe her personality, I don't know that I could. Bumi, sure. He's kind of a toned down version of Bumi from Avatar: The Last Airbender. Tenzin, we get a lot of, so yeah, I could definitely describe him. Kaya? Is there really that much to Kaya? Who's Kaya? The lady on the right here. Sister to Tenzin. I'm actually trying. She's gay. There you go. But only in the fucking comics. She was retroactively made gay.
They're introduced, give us so much context about the family dynamics between the siblings, and also bring out a different side in Tenzin that we haven't seen, showing us diverse layers.
Tenzin being frustrated, you didn't see any of that. Did you see, I don't know, maybe his every interaction with Korra? I don't know.
There's to these characters that some people thought were one note. And saying all these characters are two-dimensional without really citing any of their development is monumentally frustrating to me. Especially since they took the time to give Tenzin and the kids of Aang their own arcs and tender moments. Especially
Bumi
Tenzin,
a little bit, yeah.
His moment of realization
Tenzin, yeah.
in Darkness Falls is one of the most powerful moments in all of Avatar. And I will always assert that. I made a whole video basically based on that realization. It is such an important lesson about imposter syndrome, comparing yourself to your parents, and accepting your own success. I loved it. And a lot of people don't ever mention it when they are criticizing Korra and how it handled its main characters. I mean...
These aren't the main characters. Which really goes to show that he's focusing on these characters so heavily so far. Yeah, there's a reason for that. They are technically the ones who get probably the most development. Tenzin, Bumi, Lin. Compared to Korra, Mok, and Bolin, yeah, far and away, way more character development, which is a problem because they're not the main characters. What arc did Kaya have? She didn't.
That Bumi scene, too, with Aang's statue, made me cry.
I'm sorry I didn't turn out to be an airbender like you hoped.
Which was bullshit because airbenders are supposed to have only airbender progeny, but whatever. That's just me being an autistic after a fanboy.
But I've tried my best to keep the world safe. Hope I made you proud.
Of course he'd be proud of you, Bumi.
It still makes me cry. But all of these videos will go on saying that none of these characters were shown to be full people, and that there weren't small moments with any of them.
I don't think I've ever gone that far, actually. I would say Tenzin and Boomy are people. Kaya, she doesn't have to be super well-rounded. I mean, neither did Boomy, really. They're just side characters. Can we focus on, like, the meat of the show, which is supposed to be the main characters, like Korra, Mako, Bolin?
Them that told us more about their relationships without directly stating it.
What does it mean to be a full person? I don't know what they really. I don't know what any of their definitions for anything are. I guess some multifaceted personalities. I don't know.
I think they did a lot of showing rather than telling, especially when Kaya comes in and is able to comfort him. They do a wonderful job of hinting at dynamics without necessarily telling you exactly what they are. Not to mention, under this point of pacing, that I see Legend of Korra as Korra's journey. The through line is her and her development across the 4 seasons.
Here we go.
Not
Tell me about her development.
Conflict in the Fire Nation as it is in The Last Airbender. And because of
the conflict in the Fire Nation? You think it's the through line for I can't. Like, I can't tell if this guy's trying to when he's trying to make a point or when he's just making like writing mistakes in his script. Korra starts as a brat and ends as a gay brat. If any avatar would treat non-benders well, it'd be Aang, considering Mr. Sasaki, and he did. Remember, Korra meets some non-benders and she starts throwing them the fuck around. First thing, that was kind of funny.
The fact that she faces a myriad of different villains with contrasting ideologies, she's able to draw and learn from a multitude of varying sources and philosophies. And
I hope that you'll mention who and what those are.
They spend a majority of the time focusing on her as a person, her inner turmoil, her fears, her mistakes, I think far more so than they did with Aang. A lot of the reason, in my perception, that the gang and Zuko are often more well-liked as a group is because of the varied amount of time spent on all of their backstories. Katara, Sokka, Zuko, Aang, all of them really got an equal amount of time spent on them.
That really helped,
Korra chooses to focus the most of its attention on Korra herself and what she needs to learn, which led to me connecting to Korra far more than I ever did with Aang.
Okay. Well, wouldn't you say that that's kind of a problem in a show with multiple main characters at the forefront, like Mako, Bolin, and Asami? If you're going to spend so much time on just one character, maybe you should have, I don't know, geared your show more toward that. But also, I need you to describe to me how Korra develops it all, because I never saw it, so...
Watching her gifted child struggle in the first book as she reconciled her bending abilities with her self-worth was incredible, and such textured writing, even though many people still just gloss over it. And the subsequent season only drilled deeper into Korra's psyche and her image of herself, deconstructing everything she thought was true and showing her a different path, to the point where she becomes an amazingly thoughtful and compassionate young woman by the end of the series. A common criticism for
when she nukes Republic City and then leaves, and then she just leaves to go on vacation, and then the people that she left behind, people whose homes and livelihoods were destroyed, when she comes back, they're really upset with her. That's hilarious. God, this show's such a mess.
Korra's arc involves her skipping, learning through fire, earth, and water by the start of the series. I've listened to people state why they miss the journey that Aang went through and what he learned specifically.
Yeah, it's really cool when you can mirror characters' emotional journey with their physical journey. It really helps, you know? It's a great storytelling tactic. Skipping that, you really got to know what you're doing.
But again, I've never heard any reason to consider this an actual flaw. It's like sometimes people write
not necessarily a flaw, but
and deem their imagined story to be inherently better rather than analyzing what's actually in front of them. Yes, okay, you don't like that we start with Korra at an extremely young age and then flash to her as a teenager knowing the elements. What is inherently wrong about that? Showing her—
well, what's inherently wrong about this scene we all know. Damn sure, don't we? That she's bending as a fucking toddler. I'm sure we're going to skip over that bit. You're not going to want to confront that. But yeah, skipping over all of that, especially when such a core attribute of the Avatar is their ability to control all these elements, which is already a physical and emotional journey in and of itself. So you're skipping over so much of what made Korra her by this point. And that might be okay if there were more to go. But in my estimation, there was not. We dealt with it. I'm still dealing with it. You gotta deal with it. Scene is literally her the entire show. Yes. When you fail English, but think you're Mark Twain. Yes.
Her being discovered at a young age shows not only that the White Lotus has evolved, which is important context for the world moving forward, and especially for Book 3, and also introduces us to her parents as characters, which we are able to revisit heavily in the second book. Not to mention that it is, I think, generally a good idea to be able to have Korra master these elements and spend time learning things that Aang didn't have to spend time with. Not just airbending, but spirituality, learning about change, recuperation, and—
But she doesn't. She says so herself that she's an incredibly spiritually deficient Avatar. I mean, the only thing she does is just literally commune with the spirit of all goodness and peace and harmony. That's all she does. She doesn't. Things will never be the same. Shady Durex is a great video on the deal with it. I think I've seen that actually, Jay Greenlee. I think I have. It's been a while. If I'm thinking what you're talking about, it was pretty good. If I have the right video in mind.
Balance. There was a lot of
she doesn't learn spirituality, she just gets it. Yes.
Explore further and in more detail than Aang did, because we didn't spend a lot of time with her learning how to firebend, learning how to earthbend, but copy-pasting that over and having the same story.
But we don't spend a lot of time with her learning spirituality. She doesn't learn how to meditate properly. We get one scene of her failing to do it, and then going off and doing pro bending. And I'm trying to think through, is there any point where it shows her like getting the hang of it, actually getting the hang of like meditation, connecting to her inner self, inner selves? I'm trying to think, and I'm not coming up with anything. Okay, learning the elements surely can't be a personal experience. That's copy pasting. Incredible. Yeah, right. I mean, another thing with learning the elements, it wasn't just a physical thing. You had to mold yourself to these elements. Like Aang had to learn not to be so evasive and so flighty, so willing to like jump out of the way and redirect. He had to learn to stand his ground. That was the whole fucking point of The Blind Bandit. That was an emotional development made into a physical development. It's why having the two journeys, the physical and emotional journeys, running alongside each other is such a great thing, such a good idea. Why not do it again? Oh well. Yeah, blink if you're being held against your will.
Every time is a little uninventive. I appreciate the risks that they take with this series, and I think a lot of them really did pay off. Skipping all of this general bending training and having Korra work on things that we didn't need to see Aang work on provides for a fresher and more diverse story for us this time. Not to mention,
she doesn't even do anything with the Avatar state. Now, I'll be the first to admit, After the Last Airbender does not handle the whole mastering the Avatar state part of its story very well. But it does a little better than, you know, the previous Avatar showing up, putting his head to the Avatar's forehead and going, okay, you have it now. Because that's what happened with Korra. She cried on the edge of an icy ledge. Aang showed up, went, bam, I see that you're crying. You depressed girl. Here, let me uplift you. And she had it. The end. They have firebending artillery. They always did, technically. Like lighting the big what's it called? Trebuchets? The trebuchet ammo on fire. Back in the day.
That Korra's overall arc as the
I can't take anymore here. I know.
Down by the reality of the world around her is strengthened by showing us how many years she spent training rather than telling us through dialogue. Showing rather than telling is one of the hallmarks of great storytelling, also, just to say.
Generally.
All of this serves to her development and is extremely purposeful. Not to mention that taking a huge chance like this and raising this avatar in such a vastly different manner is such a far more interesting and bold choice than repeating the same traditions that we heard about in Atlas. Yes,
different does not always equal good.
She doesn't get to travel the world and is sheltered and rather tone deaf at the start as a result. That's the point.
Which is fine. They could have done that. They could have had a story like that. But you have to do it well. And they didn't.
The reason her arc is so compelling is because she learns so...
Because exactly that. You need to have an arc. Or you should have an arc. And she didn't.
Evidently from her vast mistakes by the end of the series and becomes an extremely thoughtful, caring, and layered person because of the strife she was put through. Or that through skipping these lessons, people say she didn't ever learn to respect the sanctity of the elements, which was the point of Aang learning the other elements on the screen.
How does she respect them when she loses them and just
the spirituality of
gets
bending
them gifted
the
back?
Entire point of Book 2. Yes, it focuses primarily on her connection with spirits, but spirits and bending are inherently tied together.
Spirits as in the creatures and bending? They weren't supposed to be. But we'll continue.
Especially with the lore that they reveal to us in this season.
Oh,
Bending
God. Oh,
and
God.
spirituality are connected.
They are connected.
Learning how to respect the spirits
but
attributes
not
a respect
spirits.
to bending, which we see by Book 3. She's literally to willingly give up her own life to protect the new nation of airbenders. She wishes to protect the culture and preserve the ways of airbenders as much as she can. Having that...
Oh, I love this. I love this. This is what he's talking about. Give up her own life to keep the protect the sanctity, or I guess really the lives of the new airbenders. I love this. I'm going to go into it pretty hardcore in the video that I hopefully will be out soonish. It might not be because I have some life stuff coming up that might get in the way of me completing it. But anyway, there's this moral dilemma in Book 3 where Zahir, villain of the book, he's captured the new airbenders. He's captured Tenzin and his family up in the northern air temple. And Korra, now she's faced with a decision because Zahir calls them up and says, I got these airbenders. You hand over the avatar or they get it. Second airbender genocide in under 2 centuries, baby. And so, Korra's decision. Do I go up there and save them? Do I put my own life on the line to save the airbenders? Or do I just not? Do I just let them die? Guys, what should I do? She goes to them. What should I do? She goes to Prince Zuko. Not Prince Zuko. Now he's Fire Lord Zuko. She goes to Fire Lord Zuko. What should I do? He's like, I don't. Maybe you could be the hero. Maybe you could be like the savior of the world, the peacekeeper of the 4 nations. Maybe you could go save them. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. It's really important that the world has their avatar. Maybe I should just let them all die. Is the title clickbait? Well, technically, but it is the original title of this video that we are watching currently. Oh wait, that's a big Neil now that I think about it. Zahir was going to genocide the Airbenders the second time. What the fuck? That doesn't track for Zahir's character. Yeah, it's a little weird. The airbending acolyte wannabe, I guess you could say. Just gathering up all these airbenders and be like, you better give me this avatar. I'm gonna kill these motherfuckers again. Ugh. Speaking of anime thoughts on solo leveling, I read the webcomic and it was a lot of fun, but I have not watched the anime. I don't know, man. 6 million airbenders in 3 years. Well, he definitely was going to try for whatever it was. It had to be less than 50 airbenders in a day. They aren't real airbenders. That's kind of true.
Newfound respect for Tenzin and what he was able to teach her after the conflict in Book 2. Along these lines, Tenzin this entire time throughout Book 1 was trying to teach her the sanctity and respect for airbending, which you see by the start of Book 2 she still hasn't learned.
Yeah! And you don't think that might be kind of an issue? Because the show kind of pretended it wasn't. Oh boy, I want him to... Okay, I want to see what he says about this.
You need more training to grasp the depths of your spiritual connections. Not to mention that you're still a long way from mastering airbending.
Yes.
I have mastered airbending. Punch!
But making this mistake in trusting Unalaq and turning her back on Tenzin...
That doesn't have anything to do with airbending. Now you're just fucking pivoting. No, you should have continued this fucking through line. When does the show have her pause and reflect, oh, maybe Tenzin's right, and I do have to like kind of like change my approach to really master this element? Does that ever happen? No. No, it doesn't. Daddy E.R. Sudan is not fun. Pick me up, please. You made your choice.
Helps her to realize just how important everything he was trying to teach her was. And I think a lot of people gloss over that. I don't think either of these approaches is better than the other. Obviously, each has its merit, but personally...
She only discovers that she made a mistake when her fucking uncle betrays her. Tries to lock up her dad, start a civil war. And she's like, oh, you know what? Maybe I should have listened to my dad and Tenzin about him at the very least. Oh well, we're just gonna have to fix this problem now. Korra doesn't learn; she just gets mad at other people. Yes, and then when she does learn, it's just because she's forced to. It doesn't. It's definitely never of her own fucking volition.
I enjoyed how Korra focused even harder on the identity crisis that comes with being named the Avatar, as it was one of my favorite pieces of The Last Airbender.
It could have been good, but
running from his past, most notably in The Storm. And this allowed them to create a very in-depth story about physical trauma and PTSD that resonated with so many members of their audience. It's honestly the most inspirational Avatar plotline to me, and the fact that people still say Korra was handed everything after Book 4 is simply astounding to me.
But, I mean, technically she, and I mean literally was at a point at the end of Book 1, but...
And I will get more into people not giving Korra any credit later on. And I will also say that if you view the show as the new Avatar's journey, whereas The Last Airbender was more an account of the end of a long war, the fact that the season plots are split up actually aids in Korra's development.
It actually aids, I agree.
Loved watching her face different issues each season and consequently learn completely different lessons from her villains. It allowed the writers to build her personality in a very slow and methodical way, showcasing different elements of her psyche with each.
What did she learn from Amon? Okay, I'm trying to think. So, Amon was a fake equalist trying to create a divide between benders and non-benders in the city to create chaos. And it really just kind of fucked people up because he was mad at his dad. What did Korra learn from that? I don't know. I can't think of nothing. I'm sitting here really trying to think. What did she learn from that? Korra learned how to be a grifter. She learned airbending. That's right. Airbending came to her out of nowhere when he was about to fucking wreck Mako. There you go. She learned airbending. Sure. Were there any plots that weren't tied to daddy issues? Book 2 was kind of daddy issues. Book 3, I guess, wasn't so much. No. Give him that. Here, have you ever watched Naruto? I'd love to hear you talk about how awful it is. I have watched up to some parts of Shippuden. And I don't really remember it all that well to tell you how awful it is. I remember some of it being okay. Naruto's Aryan. That's true. There was mother issues. Was there? Did she really have issues with her own mom? I don't know. She learned that a mom put makeup on every day under his face, covering his mask. Yeah, and he managed to like peel up his the side of his mouth to make it look like it had been shorn off by scarring. He was able to like perfect doing that with his mouth somehow. That was pretty cool. He was also able to lighten one of his eyes compared to the other, as if it had been some of the surface of it had been shorn off again by fire. But I don't know how he did that with makeup. That was really impressive of him. So Mom was in drag a little bit.
Season, usually mirroring or directly tying into the villains that she must face, so that she has to develop in order to best them, which does happen every season. God, I love Korra's development so much, and it is always so
tell me how she
poignant. I think it also allowed the writers to explore a lot more political themes and ideas than they did in The Last Airbender. Although I will always applaud that show for having villains and heroes on both sides, like the Dai Li. That's what both of these series do best.
Hold on. Heroes and villains on both sides, like the Dai Li. Excuse me? What? Are the Dai Li good? Or the Dai Li were always kind of bad. They were always antagonists in Avatar. I don't know what he means by this.
Nuance and depth. The ability to showcase not simply the dangerous political regimes, but also the manner in which they are created, done best by Zahir creating a power vacuum at the end of Book 3, forcing someone even more militant and controlling to take over. This is an extremely real political consequence of rash action, even if many cheer on those acts, like the people of the lower ring did when the walls were brought down. And
okay, I actually agree with this point. Yeah. I think the show did, that was, also the point the show is trying to make. It is kind of funny that Zahir is probably the villain that Korra fans, quotation marks, would say had the biggest point, and they cause probably the most lasting damage and rippling effects that cause other damage. I agree with this.
Criticism as well in the simplicity of how they detail these political ideologies, but isn't that what The Last Airbender did with Ozai and fascism as well? Showed a straightforward and
fascism. All right, let's continue.
Simplified version of this system to be able to easily convey the themes to a wide and generally younger audience. Isn't that the point? But they're still able to show the intricate and adverse effects of these pursuits as well in both shows. These villains are extreme extrapolations of the ideologies. Anarchism isn't all about chaos, and definitely
it's really not even supposed to be mostly. It's a very bad portrayal of anarchism. It's bit of a strawman, which is fine. You can have that as long as the villains are still cool. They're mostly not.
It isn't about outright killing world leaders. But in this universe, where these people are granted unique magical power and skill that allows them to infiltrate palaces and kill queens with only 4 people, we can create a villain based in these ideologies.
We can create a villain based? The reason they was able to do that with only 4 people is because they just kind of walked in and said, we're bounty hunters, and we have some information for you that might interest you, Queen. And she, being cartoonishly evil and retarded, and somehow not having the information from the rest of the world leaders that these world leader murdering terrorists have escaped and are going after world leaders, she somehow wasn't contacted by anybody about that. So that's how that was able to happen. What a great structure. What a great framework. What a good plot.
That is taking things way too far because of the power they have. I mean, Toph pretty much directly says this. There is wisdom in all of the beliefs.
No guards for the Queen. Nope. To be fair, I'm trying to think back. Did they incapacitate them or try to before entering the throne room? I forget. I don't remember. I'm actually going to have to look back at that. Anyway, what did Toph say?
Their villains at all is because they're going too far.
You ever consider maybe you could learn something from them? What did Amon want?
I don't know. That doesn't seem like... That honestly doesn't seem a lot like Toph to me. You think you could have learned something from Ozai there? I don't know about that, but okay.
Equality for all. Unalaq?
Quality for all. It wasn't really those daddy issues. Actually, originally it was that, but then he turned out to be a total fake. So, and again, you didn't learn anything from either. So, all right.
He brought back the spirits, and
he brought back one big heck of a spirit. That's for sure. A pretty bad one, and then you left the door open to that. Okay, that's what she learned from him, to follow the evil force of, well, evil, do his bidding, and then leave it. Yeah. That's what she learned.
the here believed in freedom. The problem was those guys were totally out of balance, and they took their ideologies too far.
It doesn't mean that the Legend of Korra is saying anarchism is bad, or anarchists want to kill all leaders.
No, they kind of make anarchists look like fucking retards.
It's saying, here's where anarchism can go too far, to an extreme. But here is how...
anarchy is an extreme.
Also, it can help. We see in book 1 as well that we don't necessarily have a good and bad side. While yes, the Equalists taking bending away is way over the line, the Benders also begin to step onto that same territory by oppressing all bending citizens. It's never...
I think you mean by oppressing all non-bending citizens, because that's what they're doing in this scene. Yeah. And this was, I mean, they're only doing this because of a supposed non-bender extremist. So, because again, Amon is a tricky bastard who's a complete fake and is trying to set things up this way. I don't know what point I was just actually trying to make there. All right, continue.
Saying this ideology is bad, as some say. It's all about the balance of our avatar who is trying to maintain order and these people.
Funny how a rich guy was helping the terrorists. What a coincidence. Yeah, that's right. The richest guy, the richest industrialist in the city, was the one helping the terrorists.
Who throw the world into chaos in the name of challenging the beliefs that the Avatar believes to be true. They are just as important. The show spends a lot of time directly telling the audience that the villains aren't particularly evil people in any way. Yes, even
Unalaq, while he's possessed by the literal incarnation of chaos and evil. Okay.
Unalaq. There are people with strong beliefs and even stronger convictions, and that's a really powerful message to convey that a lot of people I think miss, especially in Unalaq's case. Many demonize this show, stating that it's trying to lower everyone's opinion on these ideologies and present democracy as the only thing that works.
It kind of, but not really, because the show's a mess. I mean, even with book 4 and then taking down the uber fascist Kuvira, they're not really totally trying to reestablish democracy or establish democracy in the Earth Kingdom. Don't they reassert the monarchy? Isn't that what happens? I'm trying to. What happens with that prince? I think his name's Prince Wu in Korra. Actually, don't remember. No, the prince steps down. I think you're right about that. But then, what do they put in place of that? It's actually been a hot second since I've watched book 4. Who resolved to abolish the monarchy in favor of independent states with democratically elected governments akin to the United Republic of Nations. Oh, okay. So yeah, I guess this show really is uber democracy. I was right about the Airbenders.
When really, it's trying to expose people to them, even to their benefits. Korra.
And then the prince just decided it's democracy time. Yeah, that's kind of funny. That the ruler says, "Okay, everybody, you have to do democracy now." That's kind of generally how it works.
Has to learn from her adversaries to grow. It simply isn't a choice for her if she wants to move forward. In book 4, Zahir directly helps her.
I love this fucking scene. I love this fucking scene where she's struggling with PTSD for so many episodes at this point. And their idea of helping her get over it. Go face the guy that caused the PTSD. Go walk up to him and have a little bit of a chat. Kind of like, with war vets. So, what they do with war vets when they have PTSD? Like maybe they wake up in a cold sweat at night because they hear gunshots in their nightmares. Well, they go to a therapist who puts like a fucking SMG right beside their fucking ear and starts blasting. And that really helps them with their PTSD. That's how that works. Yeah, I think that's exposure therapy. Yeah, I don't know. If someone was trying to kill you, I think it's maybe a bit, I think you would call it overexposure therapy to go put that person in the same room with their murderer or would-be murderer. I think that's a bit much, but that's just me.
Move past the spiritual and emotional block that he caused to stop the current villain in book 4. If that doesn't say that our villains aren't 100% evil, I don't know what does. Like I said before, they go to great lengths to also show that the heroes aren't 100% good. Or
yeah, I'll agree with this. Yeah, Korra's not that great.
How about Kuvira breaking down in front of Korra and revealing that inside, she's really still just a hurt child who never grew past that need for safety and community. And that's why she went overboard on order, organization, and control. I'd also like to say that a lot of development for other characters is just ignored. Like I said before, Mako and Bolin are an excellent example, as they are often cited as common reasons Korra didn't spend enough time with their team avatar, but I think they really did them justice, especially in books 3 and 4. I was not a fan of Mako in the...
Okay, I can tell you that nothing happens with them in book 3. That's for damn sure. Like, nothing. Maybe the family thing that they brought up, but again, nothing happens with the family. I'm trying to think. I'm really trying to think. No development for them in book 3. Book 4, I'm a little fuzzier on. It's been a hot second, like I said.
First 2 books. I think that people are right in that the relationship stuff can really get in the way of their development. That is such a valid criticism, but after they move past that, they are able to turn Mako into a character that fits so much better into the overall cast and is a really valued member of the new team Avatar, in my opinion. He went from the brooding, lonely heartbreaker to the humorless and overly serious detective. This does begin in season 2 with his whole...
That's really just an extension of what he was, which is fine if they would have let him fucking do anything. He doesn't really get to do much of fucking all. Even as a detective, they don't let him detect anything except for that one episode where they have to find the fucking the insider who helped the hero and the gang escape. That's the only moment that he gets to shine. Trying to think where else he gets to really do much. Not a whole lot. This person's only 95% evil, so they're technically good. They're nuanced. Here, take some dong. Have a good day. Currency. I guess that's what the D stands for. Dong. Thank you. Dong. Thank you very much. Sokka was a much better detective. I agree. He was a much better everything.
Aim cop.
Resume TTS mechanic. Okay, we'll do some TTS. Let's go TTS.
Hello, ER. Just wanted to donate this and say I love your content and keep up the good work.
Content.
Also, this stream is better than Korra the show.
Well, that's very nice of you to tell me
Percent
that.
message.
Say
percent.
that. Lie to me like that. But thank you very much for the donation.
How do I donate to the people that are triggering the Streamlab alarm?
I've read this
You
one
are
already.
doing God's work. Keep it up.
Activating chipper. User ER likes child pornography. Assume the position.
You already did this one.
we go.
You already did this one.
Activating chipper.
No!
User innocent children.
No!
Assume the position. That's right.
No!
First. Here we go.
That's right.
Oh my God.
Shady Dorags has a great video on the deal with it.
Yes, if I'm thinking of the same video that you're talking about, yes.
ER, picking on the mentally handicapped is just cruel.
But fun!
Don't worry, we'll protect you from this mean bigot and his flawless and objective video.
Well, thank you. I'm really going to need it.
Remember how Korra uprooted the metaphysical reality of her entire universe through sheer incompetence?
She did. And the physical, not even just the meta.
I hate the lack of imagination these essayists have. This could only have been done this way or the same way they did it last time. No in between.
Yeah. It could have been good. I don't know.
My brain is leaking from this guy's take on moral relativism.
Yeah.
Can we apply the same thing with Mao, Stalin, and Hitler? Body count means nothing.
They did some good things, right? Right, guys?
Here, take some dong. Have a good day. Currency.
Thank you. Thank you for the dong monetary. All right. I think we're good. Hold on, let me. And then there are others that I gotta make sure that I read aloud because they won't be voiced by the TTS. Like Teal, hello Teal. Psst, vid when. I promise you, I'm working on it. It's a long one. It has something to do with this, potentially with what's being discussed tonight. I'm hoping to get it out soon. I'm hoping. But a lot of life shit is coming up in the next month for me, which probably will cut into the streaming too. I'm not sure. We'll see. I'm working on it though. I promise. Take your time. We're a very patient fan base. You would have to be. You would have to be. Yara's pregnant. Well, if it's 9 months till the next video, or I guess. How long has it been since the last video? Like 2 months? So if it's another 7 months, then yeah. Little baby R coming into the world.
But I really appreciate in book 3, especially when he mentions he's been reading Janora's books, when he's particular about his logbook during
Mao and Dollar Talon did do good things, though. They reduced the amount of communists.
Yeah, see? Everyone's got a little bit good to them. Everyone's done a little bit of... They've got to have done some things right. Right? Would that make it the baby BR? I don't know. I don't like that name. Korra the daddy? No. How do I change my name in Streamlabs? I'm not telling you.
Stakeout, or when he's too specific in warning Republic City and the evacuation.
I think Mako's starting a panic.
What's confusing? I'm giving very specific instructions.
All of this just shows that he's an extremely meticulous and serious person in a more amusing way than it previously established, and it does away with the brooding teenage heartbreaker storyline.
Yeah, sure. It does do that. They step back from the terrible fucking love triangle romance by book 3, which was smart of them.
Ass fucking children sent mercy to the stream, so I'm sending him back to the creator. Have a quick trip, buddy.
I can't.
What are your opinions on the Israel-Palestine conflict? Please be as detailed as possible.
I hope both of them end up as creators. All right. Let's continue. But thank you for the 5, Adrian.
Degeneracy.
You!
Rune Sawa ER likes incest. Discuss percentage. 10,000%. Get filtered.
Well, she is an anime fan. All right.
I think that Korra deserves more credit for turning Mako into a character that I actually really cared for and nearly cried for when I thought he might be killed in the finale.
Did anyone really fucking believe? I guess maybe they would have. They treated him so badly. Up to this point. And afterward, maybe, you know what? They should have killed him. Poor fucker. They really should have done away with him.
That scene is extremely powerful, and Mako does not get enough credit for laying his whole life down on the line.
Another PDF file.
Stop!
Also
No. It's not a good look. Okay, I have to pause it. Pause TTS. I'm not even sure how you did that, because I know one of them is blacklisted on the Streamlabs. How the fuck did you do that? I mean, it's been blacklisted on it, and it seems to like occasionally get through anyway. Okay, so here's the funny thing. I just go into my Streamlabs to look at the donations. And it's just actually, oh my God. You're going to get me banned from Streamlabs. Holy shit. There's no way they're going to let this fly. Hold on. Why aren't any of these being not stopped? I don't understand. It's on the blacklist right there. I don't. Hold on, just add a little bit of. That one's already there. That one's already there. I don't know how they do this. Why would they ban you and not him? Because that's the way these fucking sites always work. Sawa sent me here to call you a Negro Figot. I can't believe she would do this. I also can't believe she would send these messages that I'm looking at in Streamlabs. This is beyond the pale, Sawa-sama. Someone needs to get her canceled, I think. All right. How dare she? Your own sister. All right. She works for Streamlabs. That explains a lot.
Everyone inside that mech suit. But people will state that Azula's characterization is better than any on this show because of small moments in episodes like The Beach, when she's with Chan, which I don't deny is an incredible scene and is a great way to redefine a villain in so few lines.
I mean, her characterization in this episode is really great, but I wouldn't say it redefines her. She's just she's a psychopath. She's especially a psychopath in this episode. I don't know. All right.
But Korra is also absolutely filled with...
Your Steven Universe video red pilled me on the tribe. Thank you, or I'll shout you out in the manifesto. Please do. Please do. But thank you.
These small exchanges as well that say so much about the characters beneath and their actual personality aside from their ideologies. Gazan and Minghua bonding with Bolin while he's kidnapped. Bolin loving...
Yeah, that's like the only time that they have a little bit of characterization, these two. And it's just with them kind of joking around with Bolin. It's not really enough to make them fleshed out characters whatsoever, though. It's just this one scene for what, like 5 seconds? Yeah, maybe 10, 15.
Street gruel while Asami literally vomits it back into the bowl, Mako not understanding how...
It's character development to not like street gruel. Okay.
To talk to Korra and Asami post-romantic meltdown. There's a ton of them. And it's not just for the main characters
sad.
either. As for Bolin, he already fit pretty well into the Avatar universe and the team, and is pretty well loved generally among the fans. But you also have to give them credit for making the bold choice to pit him against our heroes in Book 4.
Yeah, it's actually it's a terrible idea, actually, to make him a fucking bitch to his own brother who's done nothing but love and care for him for the entire show, and then he just betrays him. It's kind of terrible, actually. And it's not in any way, there's nothing even close to a justification for it. Forced conflict, yes. Even he can't defend Poland's existence.
Easily manipulated himbo was a...
How's that character development? We already knew she was a rich girl. Yeah. And I think I think any character in Avatar would have been like, street girl?
Genius choice, not only for the dynamics in Team Avatar, but for Bolin's development into a leader, not a follower, not someone who blindly puts faith in a symbol. He sees how dangerous that is with Kuvira, and is able to realize and discern right from wrong on his own, which I thought was a really powerful message about
I should have been able to
taking your own
know right from wrong
instead of following the people around you.
Okay.
Bolin was sheltered for much of his life by Mako, who was trying to protect him, and that really shows in their dynamic in even the earlier seasons, which is why this development for both of them in Book 4 is so necessary.
So terrible, actually.
That central concept of them being orphans and Mako constantly taking care of Bolin and using that to inform decisions and mistakes in the present. It's just so wild to me that people will criticize this show for lacking something without really considering if there are any examples of it throughout the series. Book 4 especially really surprised me with how much time they dedicated to Mako, Bolin, and Asami individually, and I think they really nailed the Team Avatar screen time best in this final season, especially with...
What did they do with Asami in Book 4? Let me look fucking chat. Maybe they can fill me in on some shit. What did they struggle from in season 1? I guess money issues. Orphaned. He wouldn't have been homeless if he was sheltered. I only saw season 1 of Korra. Couldn't keep going. Yeah, I don't blame you. Everything else I saw through ER and Duty Shade Rags. For the best. It took 4 seasons to have characters do anything. Yeah, that's kind of an issue. Hiroshi came back. Yeah, I guess they do have that scene where she's like, okay, Dad, you tried to kill me, but oh well, I mean, bygones be bygones. When you try to make me be gone. Struggling with bisexuality? Yes, Korra. Do a video on Reverend Insanity? I don't even know what that is. That sounds like a YouTuber name. Oh, let me look it up. Maybe it isn't. It's not. The Chinese progression fantasy novel? Oh, I like me some progression fantasy stuff sometimes. I might look into that. Thoughts on K-On? I never actually watched it. I know. I'm a fake fascist.
Korra just smiling when Bolin shows up, even knowing all the mistakes he's made. Again, such a small moment that is also so sweet and wonderful to see. It speaks so much to their friendship. Moving on, there are lots of perceived...
Moving on. Alright, finally, we got into the second part of this fucking... We're only 25 minutes into this video. Maybe, what time is it? Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, most villainous MC ever. I'm assuming for Reverend Sandy. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, I'll look into it. I like me some villain protagonists. Korra excluded.
Plot holes in this show that are kind of fundamentally misunderstood.
Oh, all right, here we go. Here we go.
Here we go. From Avatar: The Last Airbender.
This is my jam. Here we go.
Directly contradict any fact stated in that series. It's a pretty common opinion.
Sure, whatever you say.
Ruined the spirit world.
It did.
And many people aren't afraid of throwing the term retcon in there too.
Yes,
saying
it is.
That they betrayed some of the rules of The Last Airbender when this is never really the case.
Oh boy. Oh yes. All right. Come on.
Airbender does establish some cursory rules about the spirit world.
It definitely does.
But
it does.
These are actually hard fact.
Doesn't matter if they're hard fact. You can rewrite anything to say that it wasn't hard fact doesn't not make it a retcon. All right, here we go.
Save for the reality that if they can't return to their body, they'll be stuck there forever.
Is he okay?
Actually, that's not true. In Korra Book 3, Episode 10, I want to say, Korra's body is moved from where she is put in the spirit world because Zahir, not Zahir, but the other members of the Red Lotus are able to kidnap her. And then the Earth Queen's men, they're able to kidnap her away from the Red Lotus. So they move her body away from where she entered into the spirit world. This would typically mean when she comes back out of the spirit world, she would come out where she came in, like here. And what happens in this scene at the Northern Water Tribe, but that's not what happens. She just reappears in her body. So it breaks that rule. Where was I going with this? Well, anyway.
He's crossing into the spirit world. He'll be fine as long as we don't move his body. That's his way back to the physical world.
Many say that they
moved her body. And it didn't matter. She just reappeared back in her body.
Took this aspect away too, but it's really only when the spirit world is first introduced that Aang actually goes back all the way to his physical body. Honestly, I think people take this...
No, it happens also in this Water Tribe. He pops out where his body is moved and he's like, uh-oh, where the fuck's my body? And then he has to fly up as a spirit and then return to his body where Zuko kidnapped him into that little fucking snow cave. Korra doesn't do that. She just reappears. Zoop. She's got a fucking spiritual umbilical cord. It just zips her back into it.
First Heibai episode a little too seriously when they hadn't really figured out much of the spirit world mechanics yet. Although I do love this episode as well. Even later in The Last Airbender Book 1, the spirit world kind of changes. In the Book 1 finale, Aang meditates into the spirit world and is able to return with Heibai's help. In fact, in that same episode, Katara says he'll be fine as long as they don't move his body. And then they move his body and he's still able to return with no problem. But it really isn't a challenge. He kind of just soars right into it. In Korra, when we return to our physical bodies, there's no spirit flying through the sky, but there's no reason to believe that this isn't the same process, just more visually streamlined.
No, she just shows back up in her body. There's no reason to assume that they were consistent.
It's just a more consistent way to represent this. As in The Last Airbender, it constantly changes.
In this episode, he doesn't even go back to his body at all, but he does. When he leaves the spirit world, he shows up back to where his body was because it didn't move.
Plus, Janora's spiritual projection power explains away the fact that when Aang first
her spiritual projection power is complete bullshit. And it's never explained.
accidentally enters the spirit world in the Heibai episode, he appears as a spirit in the physical world. In fact, Jinora actually looks remarkably similar to Aang when she uses the spiritual projection power, and it's a good way to show why Aang appeared in a different area than when he meditated into the spirit world in the finale.
In the finale? When did that happen in the finale? There's no reason to assume they were secretly consistent. Oh wow, she did the pose, you guys. Can you tell the show's great? In the finale, I'm trying to think. This guy confuses me so much. I don't remember any of that.
At this point, there's far less knowledge and training involved in entering the spirit world, and Aang doesn't really have guidance from anyone on how to do this process. So
what are you talking about? They had a whole fucking episode with Heibai to figure this out. Alright, anyway.
It does make sense that Aang just simply can't go right back to his body because he doesn't quite have the spiritual training yet, although it is generally easier for him to get into the spirit world because he's more connected with his spiritual self. He doesn't appear as a spirit in the physical world as he does in that first episode with Heibai. He's in the spirit world that we're more familiar with from Korra's overall time.
Huh? He never showed up as blue in the spirit world. What are you talking about? There's a difference between being a spirit in the physical realm and being in the spirit world. I think he's getting these confused.
There. For him, in this finale, he begins in a swamp-like area with this eccentric monkey-like spirit, who I'll return to in just a bit because people also criticize the spirit designs. By the way, if you prefer that mystery more where Aang's spirit world kinda didn't necessarily make sense, or
It was enough. It was plenty, and I did prefer it, yes.
Or couldn't be explained or had hard rules, that is totally valid. I just prefer the hard set rules because it gives me a clear perspective of the goals and consequences for mistakes when we're actually in the spirit world.
Well, that's a shame because not even this show does that properly, like being able to bend in the spirit world. That was, well, you know, like as a spirit, I mean, technically, I guess they do that with their physical bodies when they go in the spirit world, but that was always something like, you know. I don't know with this guy. Hard set rules. Yeah. Sure like my spiritual realm being very hard and solidified. They're able to bend the energy around them, but fuck you. Yeah.
World itself. How to control it, how to mold it.
Claims to like hard set rules, denies objective realities. That's a good point, Rail. That's a very good point. You're totally valid, by the way. Like, so valid. I can't wait for Korra to read that.
And for villains, how to take advantage of it. And I also feel that it retains enough of the mystery with the transitions between spirit world locations and the relationships between the spirits that still feels unexplainable enough, just with a few more well-established rules as we learn more and more about the spirit world and have more guides in that area, like Iroh. Also,
no, that's another one. That's another fucking one. That's another one that kind of breaks from Avatar. The fact that people are now using the spirit world as an afterlife. That's a thing now. I mean, it makes sense for the Avatar spirits to be in the spirit world, sure, because you know they began as spirits. They're spirits that incarnate as human, as the Avatar. But why do regular ass people get to go to the spirit world like it's heaven? Like, I think the only thing that's maybe remotely close to that might be the Painted Lady. But even then, it's fuzzy whether that was like a real lady who died and just decided to hang about as a ghost, or if that was a spirit in the shape of a lady. They leave that, I would like to think, intentionally vague. They added Satan. Of course they have heaven in this now. That's true. They did just bring in fucking girl boss god and chaos Satan. Oh, I hate this. No, it was the spirit lady of the lake. Yeah, that was always my assumption as a kid anyway. Painted Lady is a river spirit. Sure, Yue became a spirit, but as the moon, she's still in the physical world. Yeah, well, and she also became a spirit because she was melded from birth with another spirit. So that also helps that. Not Korra. Iroh doesn't quite have that backstory to him. I don't know why this happened other than, people really liked Iroh. How do we get him back into the show beyond flashbacks so that he can talk to Korra? Let's just have him be here in the afterlife because it's the afterlife now.
Consider the fact that Last Airbender generally doesn't utilize the spirit world all that much.
Shut the fuck up!
The reason why it is so mysterious is because after book 1, it practically drops off the face of the earth until Roku needs to exposition Aang to death again about his relationship with Zuko. In Korra,
fuck you!
Establishing these rules helps it be more relevant to the plot and not just really a scapegoat when we need lore or something to be explained to us.
Shut the Okay, so Spirit World has to be like a major plot point for you for it to be relevant. Despite it being, a major plot element of book 1. And it's still containing the past lives that we still get to see in book 3. Trying to think about in book 2, the spirit world has all that much of a showing. I don't remember. Or I do remember, but I'm watching the fucking show through my head at the moment to make sure. But anyway, I didn't need this fucking separate realm to be at the forefront of the show to be relevant. It was great in the background. That's where it needed to be. That's where it should have been. Where it should have remained.
I think Korra's use of it is actually a lot smarter. But again, that's just my opinion. I'm not saying it's objectively better. People
then why even bother?
also use Heibai or often Ko, the face stealer, as a model for what spirits should be and look like, as opposed.
No, not necessarily. I think he should have been considered an outlier. Or an outlier. I never say that word correctly. By the way, does Korra want to ever confront the fact that it left some doors open into the physical realm where, you know, guys like this might abuse that fact? I don't know. I think that should have been considered before doing something like making portals. I don't know.
To the talking characters in the spirit world that we see in Korra, completely ignoring this dude in the spirit world when Aang first gets there.
I've never ignored him. I like this character a lot.
In the book 1 finale, he has the exact disposition that most of the spirits have in Korra as well. A little bit rude and impatient for humans, speaking English, and resembles generally human mannerisms.
Okay, that's never been a criticism of mine, so I'm not gonna...
Spirits are unexplainable, in both form and consciousness. Some speak, some don't. Some look like animals we know, some plants, and some are just combinations.
No, they always look like animals, actually. In Avatar? Thinking back. Yeah, they all look like animals. Even Ko looked like a centipede. These fucking things, these are all just Ghibli rip-offs when they just decided, fuck it. Consistency, what's that? I'm gonna be careful here. I'm trying to think back to all, except for the Lady of the Lake. They're all animals. Painted lady, yeah. I keep saying lady of the lake. The painted lady. Heibai was the only one different. Yeah, he had a form where he could look different, but he was a panda. But what about the carpets? Yeah, we had to get carpets in there. Wasn't the whole point that spirits were actual creatures when they deviated from this form as they were evil? Kind of. That's always kind of how I saw it. When they were more attuned with nature, they looked more like it. And when they were, I guess, more out of balance with it, they looked a little bit more alien. That's always how I viewed it as a kid. But now they just look like they're from planet Globzar. So definitely more alien.
Of both. People say that Korra has lost the mystery or the intrigue, but the unexplainable and extravagant forms that the spirits take is indicative of this concept from The Last Airbender that they are inherently unexplainable and their physical forms don't necessarily make sense to us, and has only taken
But they did.
In what they established in Last Airbender farther for the sake of scale. They haven't changed the concept, they've just created hundreds of more spirits that we've never seen. Some of which are...
Yeah, well, why didn't we ever see anything close to resembling them in the original show? Could be because they were bullshitting? I don't know.
Are extremely cool looking, by the way, and as they should, those spirits have vastly different designs, forms, and personalities, likely depending on what they guard or protect. Some are more frightening, some are friendly. It's the same as The Last Airbender.
No, well, no. You just said they are different, and that's not necessarily bad, because they added more, which means they're not the same. You can't have both here, buddy. You'd say that they added on more to it or not and changed it.
Heibai was a spirit that was initially rude and cruel to humans, but it was found that the humans were destroying its habitat, so after helping Heibai, we were able to have a spirit companion. And Aang is only able to figure this out by lightly touching Heibai's head anyway. Like I said, this episode is very rudimentary in terms of establishing.
It's kind of funny. I could tell pretty easily that he's putting this in this part after the fact, because you can tell the mic quality is different. I try to disguise this in my own videos all the time. My videos are full of this. I go back in and try to like cover my ass on certain points. It's hard. It's hard, buddy. I get it.
Establishing the rules of the spirits and the spirit world. Korra plays with this concept as well, where the terrifying looking bird-like spirit flies at Korra and she initially harms it. But when she actually helps it out, it turns to be a friend to her, even though they didn't start on the best terms. They do have personalities and emotions.
Good riddance.
I will agree that Ko, specifically, is definitely the scariest spirit because of his unique concept. Giving him a history with one of the past avatars he stole the face of Kuruk's wife is insanely smart too, but I think it's equally impactful for the avatar to have histories with spirits as allies, such as the one we meet in Wan's flashback that dubs him Stinky. But I also find this...
What an ally. Such an ally that he goes to turn against his own fellow man. Just force them to starve, then leads his friends into the path of a bunch of spirits, and they get all wiped out because of what he did with Fatu. Man, such allies. Remember this guy right here, this big old I don't even know what you'd call him. What kind of animal is he actually? He goes on to kill all of his human friends. Yeah, that's pretty nice.
Eel-like spirit, immensely cool from Korra, and he definitely retains...
Oh, and then after that, Wan's like, yo, that was a step too far, buddy. I'm taking you and all your kind, and I'm throwing you the fuck out. And I'm locking the door behind me. Such allies.
That wise and mysterious aura, while not being the cuddly spirits that many don't seem to like the designs of. I've seen a lot of comments depicting Korra spirits as either overtly terrifying or very, very cute. Well, I don't think that's the case. While yes,
Ghibli
both of those ends
inspired.
of the scale do exist in Korra, I think there are some in the middle that are just odd. Not cute, not horrifying. There are some...
Look at that spirit who's just an owl. God. It was so cool.
That are so huge and horrifying, they're like a Lovecraftian monster. And then there are some that are so tiny, you wonder what purpose they even have. And that was the same in The Last Airbender. I never knew what this monkey dude's job was, but he certainly has one. And it is still shown in Korra that spirits have a place in the physical world, watching over the wilderness and preserving nature, when Tonrock destroys the sacred forest in the north and ends up unleashing the spirits on the northern tribe. This is a direct consequence for destroying their habitat, just like the episode where Heibai was introduced. Not for nothing, but Wan Shi Tong is also still around, retaining the memory of how Aang's group crossed him for good reason, and using that against the Avatar again, leading to one of the largest...
I hate this. This guy was like, fuck you humans. I hate that you use my knowledge against each other. All right, so fuck y'all. I'm taking my library and I'm burying it, and yeah. I don't care what the fuck happens with y'all anymore. Oh, wait, this guy shows up and sweet talks me a little bit. Okay, here, have all my knowledge to do whatever the hell you want with. What, like, what?
Crises in Avatar as a whole. And it's pretty awesome that that comes back and that Wan Shi Tong is consistent with his reasoning. I fully...
It's ER is wrong about Steven Universe guy. Is this a guy that said that too? I don't even know. I mean, it totally could be another guy though. You might be, because they all sound the same, like exactly the same. So you might be misinterpreting it or mishearing. I don't know.
Understand and believe why he would side with Unalaq here. He spent his entire life studying
Church's videos. You know what? I'll do it real quick. And while that's happening, we can let TTS go. Go TTS. If there's, you know what? Actually, I didn't see anything. Go. Nuke the spirit world. Okay, maybe there are a couple. Go TTS. Go TTS. So we can have the most horrific shit get up.
Your Steven Universe video red-pilled me on the tribe. Thank you, ER. I'll shout you out in the manifesto.
Thanks, buddy.
Grooming gang member detected. Relocating Anonymous to London to be with the rest of his kind.
Okay, that's one.
Yoku sent degeneracy to the stream.
Yoku!
So I'm sending him back to the creator. Have a quick trip, buddy.
How could you do this? No more Yoku's Island Express for you, buddy. All right, legend. I gotta look up the... I don't remember his actual fucking name. Korra is amazing, and here's why. I'm gonna look at the actual video. Alright, let me look through his features. Don't look up Dog Ningen. Maybe I won't. Welcome to the Chartered Bucket. Well, hey, thank you, Ryan.
ER, you're totally valid, BTW. Like, so valid.
Thank you, Korra. All right, look at these videos. Let me see. A lot of BoJack Horseman, which doesn't surprise me. Korra is an underrated masterpiece. Whatever. I only have time. Probably not even going to finish this video, sir. No. No, it doesn't look like it. Oh, okay. He's also got his face out there. He looks exactly like he sounds. I'll tell
Don't
you
look
that
up
much.
Dog Ningen.
I won't.
That's right.
What's up, my Gagner, Ryan Bannon?
What's up, Ryan?
Me own fucking son, a video essayist.
The worst fate. Which is why my own parents don't know this about me. All right. I basically missed the whole video so far. What happened? Well, Caius.
Alert, alert. Sawagrippasama tried to dump utter degeneracy into the stream.
Sawa, you have to stop the Sawa. Why are you trying to get me banned? I thought we were cool. But yeah, a bunch of fucking bullshit as we're gonna continue to see here. Sawa, no, keep it up. Parents plural, yeah. I mean, I'm giving myself away here. Never mind.
And respecting the spirits. And Wan Shi Tong respects that intense study. Does it mean that Wan Shi Tong is an evil spirit? No. We know that all he really cares about is the respect of his knowledge. Unalaq has shown more to respect that. So, in aligning
no, he
with the
didn't. He did
goal,
exactly what he doesn't. Oh, he didn't want his knowledge fueling human conflict. And what does the fucking guy do with it? Cause conflict amongst humans. How did it know I was playing an ecchi game? Oh my god, ecchi? You? Wow. Baka hentai. Disgusting.
side with them, and I appreciate them keeping that consistent from the library episode in The Last Airbender. In this vein, it's also said that Korra's spirits are either good or evil, with no other seemingly higher moral processing or their own values, when that's just not the case. There are terrifying and unexplainable spirits that despise humans, like the one Tenzin provokes in Darkness Falls.
Or, I don't know, Ko the Face Stealer?
Wow, what the fuck, rape an orphanage? Really? Censors, terminate yourself.
Okay, so, I'm not going to talk about too much about how this filtration system is broken, but we can very plainly see how it is. And, man, I'm going to have to go back to the drawing board for that one. God damn it. A whole orphanage. Fucking hell. All right.
Or the one that plunges and separates Korra and Jinora from one another. And then there are ones who are more goofy, like the one that Wong meets.
What? How?
The evil Johan is
You're not evil, Johan.
Super cool to slander against
You're
ER
supposed to
for
be
being
Blue
black
Max.
and skinny and maybe weak. And to put salt into his wounds, there's rumors that she may kick ER dog for fun.
Oh, absolutely. Evil Johan and Sawa Grape Sama live for that kind of drama. Stirring up wild rumors about ER's noodle arms? That's practically sport for them.
Hey!
Trust me, I'd love to watch Johan flex and watch ER try to keep up. The tension. Scandalous. Too bad ER's busy making reaction videos instead of working on those biceps. Still, Dark Boy be cute, though.
I was scammed, ER. No, you were not. If you read the description, I told you the chatbots are not hooked up except that one that wasn't actually supposed to work because everything was broken. I don't know actually how you did that. Also, when you go to donate in Streamlabs, it gives you a message right in the little white space area about
Wow.
They're only being Blue Max.
This narrator is a faggot, really in front of my optic sensors. Terminate yourself.
Why would you say that about Liberty Prime?
Legion alert.
Oh my god.
Batting for the Weimar Republic and missed. Point and laugh. Point and laugh.
Guys.
That's right.
It's just a reference to Pulp Fiction.
It's actually a prequel to Korra.
You're not wrong. That's absolutely correct. And thank you for 13 months, Wonderful Galaxy. It's been a good time. It's just a Pulp Fiction reference, guys. Don't worry about it. All right. Best edition yet. I didn't mean for it to be. I guess that's how these things happen. I don't mean for them to be this like this at all. And then they happen. All right.
All of these spirits can be influenced by light or dark,
chaos,
Rava, and Vatu, but they are still their own personalities and figures with their...
How are you doing this?
Hey, Blue Max, tell us a cute story
about... Why is it working now?
Empreg with Sawa's child.
What? She's like, nah, bro. Hold on. Nobody... I don't know why that didn't go through. I don't know why the other one did go through. But if I go real quick, I could probably see she probably wrote too long of a fan fiction, and that's why it didn't go through properly.
Percent message percent.
Yeah, that one didn't go through properly. People, you're throwing money away. All right, here we go. Pause TTS. I have to read this fan fiction that someone sent $5 for. Pause TTS. Pause TTS. There we go. All right. It's right here. It did actually get created. It just wasn't voiced because when these things get too long, they don't get voiced. So I will have to read it myself. Okay, picture this. That's what it says. ER, 6 months pregnant with Grape Sama's kid, wandering around Republic City in a giant glittery maternity poncho. He claims it accentuates his aesthetic misery. Okay. He's craving nothing but salted cabbage ice cream and spicy cactus pepper smoothies at midnight. So wild, even Boland's like, yikes. Thanks to Sawa's magical influence, ER keeps accidentally turning every nearby cat into miniature grapevines whenever he sneezes. What? He started carrying a tiny parasol for the pollen. The bump, it glows. With every hot take, pulsing neon purple. Very clickbaity. What is this? What did it have to do with cats? I don't know. I'm turning cats, I guess because I'm in Republic City. Because this is Blue Max, who's supposed to be Korra Max talking. So it's got like this fucking anyway. The weirdest side effect, ER hears the theme to The Legend of Korra every time Sawa texts him. Okay, well that relationship's gotta end pronto. In many ways, than more ways than one. But it only plays in reverse. What? And only in his left ear. This is fucking. He started vlogging the whole thing, hoping to score sympathy points and maybe some free dad bod prenatal yoga classes from Evil Johan. Not that I'm jealous though. Let's be real. Johan would be the ultimate baby daddy. AI is something else, man. It's I clickbaited this. Okay. That was, thank you for that. I don't know why, I don't know how that got through. I'm sorry everybody that lately a lot of messages are not getting through. I've been trying to tell people I don't know why that one got through. I don't know what's happening. I don't know why this whole system's fucking broken to shit. Anyway. Oh, let's just continue. What even was that fanfic? AI, man. AI. I hope someone forced a computer to write this. Well, they did. They literally did, yeah. All right. 7 minutes of gay month left. Oh, yo. That's right, baby. We're almost free. All right, we're gonna continue with the video for now. I'll let what did someone call it? Hold on. They called it what? Degenerator bot? Yeah, Degenerate Bot 9000. I'll let him continue in a moment. Just want to get through a little bit more of this horrific gay video.
Own needs and wants. That has not been changed at all. Rava and Vatu are simply the ultimate forces in the spiritual world that can affect the behavior of these spirits as they grow in power.
Yeah, because they're literally two parts of the fragment of the fucking universe. The manifestation of good and harmony and the manifestation of chaos and evil. Or in darkness, I guess, technically.
Because they're not supposed to grow in power. Neither of them is good or evil. They're supposed to...
No, literally one is just good and one of them is literally evil, actually.
Balance each other.
I don't know how you missed that. That's kind of the whole point.
Many people consider Vatu an evil spirit.
He is the manifestation of chaos and darkness. You can do whatever fucking mental gymnastics you want. You can twist your brain into craziest of pretzels. That's basically evil. That is evil.
Which is just misinterpreting everything they tried to establish about Vatu himself. Vatu and Rava are eternally intertwined.
Yes.
Chaos cannot exist without order, and vice versa.
Sure. Same with good and evil, my friend.
And even if they destroy one of them, they will grow back.
He cannot.
Yes, that's actually a very good point that the show doesn't like to elaborate very much on.
Destroy light any more than I can destroy darkness. Even if I defeat Vatu in this encounter, darkness will grow inside me until
This balance is one of my favorite aspects of Rava and Vatu, but is also one that is the most misunderstood. It is such a great depiction of the concept of balance, yin and yang. And yes, the Avatar sides with Rava and fights for order, but does that mean they're objectively good? Objectively correct?
Kind of weird that you're using the word objectively here again. I thought that wasn't your shtick. I'm going to let him finish his thought here.
Does that mean chaos has no place? Not at all.
But it literally did, because fucking darkness was sealed away for 10,000 years. So it wasn't in the ball game. It wasn't in play. So what the fuck are you talking about? Jesus Christ.
After every major conflict, the show goes to great lengths to illustrate that these opponents are essential, in a way, to the balance of the world. Korra and the world we live in after our brief stint with her would not be nearly where they are without the aid of these adversaries, despite their methods moving way over the lines of rationality. If an Avatar truly...
Yes, without the antagonist, the story wouldn't have gotten to where it got. Yeah. Sure. The rest of everything else he said was just complete bullshit, though. I don't even know where to begin.
Wants to maintain balance in the world, which is said to be their main goal, then they need to listen to Rava to, yes, protect innocent lives, but also incorporate aspects of chaos from their villains or Vatu to...
No, I don't think she actually does. No, you're right. No, hold on. He's right. She does listen to Vaatu. She does leave the portals open and smash the two realms together. Because now they're not like two sides of the same coin. Now they're like two separate worlds connected by portals. So she did listen to Vaatu about like, letting this alien world get smashed into the physical realm. That's true. That's fair.
Be able to affect
She did listen
that
to
positive change. Vaatu is
it wasn't positive though. No, it wasn't positive. No.
not portrayed as overtly evil or in the wrong. Rava and Vaatu both.
No, Vaatu was very much portrayed as being in the wrong though, which was why Korra's decision was even stranger than it already sounds.
Cannot be left unchecked, as either of them will go too far in one direction. They are both necessary for the general balance of the worlds.
No, actually, again, the world was pretty much doing okay-ish before Vaatu. He wasn't really necessary. He could have stayed in that tree forever. Kind of like the original Avatar intended, and then like thousands of other avatars after him intended. So, yeah.
So yeah, we fight against Vaatu, because overt chaos would cause destruction and death. But chaos is also a catalyst for change, as we see with the book that follows this conflict. And as Tenzin says, change can be good or bad, depending on our point of view.
Depending on our point of view. From my point of view, the Jedi
not overtly in one moral direction.
You didn't ruin anything. You did what you thought was best for the world. And now
she ruined that guy's fucking office. She ruined a big old chunk of Republic City forever. She ruined some people's houses, that's for damn sure. She ruined her opinion with the public. Remember, 8% approval?
now things have changed. Change can be good or bad, depending on your point of view.
Depending on your point of view. That's it. God, Ted, what are you doing? She ruined the twins' father. Yeah, that's right. She vaporized him. But they were cool with it. They were totally fine with it. And then after being, evil psychopaths, they were trying to kill Korra at a point. They just got to be the fucking heads of the Northern Water Tribe for some reason. That was great. I love the show.
I mean, come on, the humans being able to bond with the spirits through the portals, like Bumi and Boomju, is so beautiful.
I liked it better when they were able to connect to the spirit world through spirituality, like with Iroh. That was kind of neat. I kind of like that a lot better than, opening up a portal and stepping through and being like, hey, look at these guys. They're just like little like flying dogs and we can pet them. Oh, isn't that sweet and cute? Kind of weird how few of these now talk anymore. Some of them do, but
it's a concept to me. Being able to learn so much from our enemies that we
can
make
wholesome
a radical decision in their favor and end up changing the world.
God, look at how terrible these fucking designs are, actually. Maybe I don't give them enough shit for this. I hate these designs. Ugh.
The better is one of the core messages in Korra, and one that I always appreciated them taking on. Are the spirits that Vaatu turned mostly dark evil? No.
I mean, you're correct in that they're not mostly, and they were entirely, yes. Every spirit that he was able to infect turned evil. It was very obvious because they would actually literally go dark. They would turn dark and they would just start going berserker mode. So, all right.
They are misled and they can be pacified with.
Sure. You could say that from a certain point of view.
With your own light and ordered energy, as Iroh shows us. The chaos and order is one of the fundamental forces in this universe, and is such a great conceptualization of that yin and yang concept that they toyed with at the end of Last Airbender Book 1 with Tui and La.
They already had it, you mean? Yeah, they already had it. They already had those spirits. Yeah. And they weren't just good and evil, which I'm fine with. I'm fine with that concept, by the way, but that's not what this was.
Established rule, though, from Last Airbender's spirit world is that you cannot bend there, which Korra very clearly observes, but twists with the addition of the spirit portals.
Oh boy, here we go.
Now, there is no mention of these portals in Atla, but there's
Yeah, I wonder why.
also no mention of any alternate methods of crossing into the spirit world.
Yeah, I wonder why.
And having Iroh there as a guide lends it a definite air of familiarity to Atla's world, since Iroh was overly familiar with it, which I applaud The Last Airbender for nailing down from the very first time they actually showed us the spirit world.
Yeah,
but there's
it was
no
pretty good.
description of how to cross into the spirit world. Aang just does it a couple times, and not really anybody else, even though Iroh is seen to be able to view the spirit.
Yeah, and that was what was so cool about it. And then you had it. You just, I guess, you wanted those hard set rules. You wanted those hard set portals. All right, that makes it totally better.
Due to his connection with them, which we also see exhibited with Jinora, where there are spirits that are visible in the physical realm, and Jinora can see them because of her connection, like Iroh.
I mean, that doesn't mean anything. Everyone could fucking see. Hey, bye. Spirits could cross over. There's never any confusion about that.
Does, but Tenzin cannot, because they won't show themselves to him. I think there's plenty of room for this expansion of lore, not to mention that it's extremely important for Korra to establish its own identity.
God, that I can't back this video up very easily the way I have it set, because I'm doing this wrong. But that fucking purple turnip back there. I guess it was more pink.
In fact, it did such a great job of that it pissed people off. I appreciate the risks that they took during Book 2, and how much concrete universe logic was added to our environment.
You really like a lot of concrete and hard set, but you don't like objective. You don't like measurable. You don't like empirical. But you do. Odd that.
I'll get more into Book 2 overall later and these choices because it's also one of the highest points of contention among fans, and also happens to be one of my favorite books in Avatar and is severely...
What? Okay, well that's a take. I guess you would be the type of person to have this take, but not even like the biggest Korra fans will say that this book was, they might say it's okay, but they're not going to say it's the best. They'll make the most excuses for this book. They'll basically, from my experience talking with Korra fans, they'll tell you, okay, I have to ignore it. I kind of have to ignore it. I maybe kind of like the beginnings episodes, but I generally have to ignore it to appreciate the rest of the show because it did so much wrong. Like, I've talked with Korra fans about this. That's generally what that's always what I've heard, actually. So this being the best book, this is a new take. I've never heard this take before.
Underrated. In addition, establishing these rules allows for a more intricate and involved use of the spirit world in the main plot, even after Season 2 and Harmonic Convergence. Unalaq is able to use the spirit portals in a way to be able to force Korra into opening the other and allowing his goals to come to fruition. Again, causing one of the largest scale conflicts we've seen in this world ever known.
Dark Avatar.
That lore grants us the ability to use the spirit world in a more centrally plot relevant way other than just receiving information.
But they don't really. I mean, even Zahir's thing about bringing the spirits and humanity closer together. I mean, he doesn't talk to a spirit once. I'm trying to think if any spirit really has a big role in this book. I don't think they do, other than Boomju being that little pet Furby, flying Furby with Boomy, which is a nothing burger. The spirits don't really have a pivotal role in this book at all that I am remembering. Yeah.
Another spirit rule that people love to mention to discredit Korra as a whole comes from Yue, who states that the first waterbenders watched how the moon controlled the tides and then learned how to do it themselves.
I know, it was such a great piece of world building, man. I loved it. I can't wait to hear how you think that retcon is such a genius and brilliant take. Here we go.
This is not referring to how they obtained the power of the elements. It's referring to how they learned to control them and actually bend The moon was responsible for their intricate control over the water, and their further understanding of the nature of how to bend. It isn't breaking any lore, it's expanding.
The whole, oh, well, the lion turtles actually gave them the ability, but then they totally forgot how to use the ability. For some reason, even though bending is now just like flicking your wrists around and it just happens. And then they had to relearn it from the moon. But wouldn't it just be cooler if, you know, you got rid of all that junk and just said, man, they looked at the pull and push of the tides and copied it and learned it that way? Isn't that cooler? I think that's cooler. Now, oh, humanity forgot because a giant magical creature granted them the power. Can everyone learn to bend by the rules set by just the last Airbender? Yes, if they had the innate ability, which was also partially hereditary. No, I think a big turtle is cooler. Kind of funny that your name is Korra, by the way.
We see in Beginnings Part 1 that the lion turtles could give humans the power of the elements, but Juan, learning from the dragon for the element of fire, was the one who truly learned how—
No, he didn't, though. If you're going to let this whole scene play out, you're going to watch him be able to bend no problem in about 7 seconds.
Bend and actually become one
Oh,
with
you're not going to let that play out. Oh, okay, I see.
the ability, using it as an extension of himself, which again is explicitly stated in the show, but a lot of people simply gloss over.
Lion turtles could have taught energy bending like they did Aang, and then the people eventually evolve it into bending the elements. Sure, maybe. I'm of the opinion that the whole lion turtle at the end of After the Last Airbender was not their best decision, not their best narrative choice. The energy bending was largely just a cop out for a corner they had written themselves into that they didn't really actually have to write themselves into. But they took it way too far with this. That's not him learning it from the dragon. The dragon was just there. Yeah, I mean, I guess the idea was that he was able to refine his bending by learning the dance of the dragons. But he pretty much had it as sorted as he needed to have it before then. You know, unlike Zuko, who had lost his ability to firebend, he couldn't do it at all until he learned that dance because he was using a different emotion to fuel it before. But man, that was such a good episode too.
Also feeds back into this point about Korra never learning the true nature and importance of bending as a part of yourself rather than just a weapon. She sees directly
what about
the
cock
root of
bending,
bending,
the ancient art of
the
cock
heart
bending?
Of
Yeah,
each
what
of the
if?
four elements more
Korra never learned that either, which is yeah, unfortunate. But it explains our little pivot at the end.
Than anyone in the current world. I fully believe she grasped the spirituality of bending after this lesson from Juan wholeheartedly.
Okay, can you show us that though? Or is that just an assumption that you want to make because it would make the story a little bit better, but not really because these episodes are just complete fucking garbage.
And that's why she goes back to Tenzin much more wise and knowledgeable, especially shown through how she was able to pacify the dark spirit later in this same season. Plus,
no, that was something that she learned from I'm blanking on his name, Tarlok. Their names are so fucking similar. There's Noatok. No, Tarlok is the brother of Noatok, and then Unalaq. Yeah, she learned that from Unalaq, actually. So, yeah.
Having the lion turtles give bending is just an amazing way to actually explain one of the biggest unanswered questions from The Last Airbender that, yes, I definitely needed them to answer. There are a lot of people who say that the lion turtles were better off not being explained, but
yes, they should have not been injected into the narrative at all. I think this was a misstep entirely. One day I probably will do a video about the Avatar finale and all my quibbles with it. But yeah. Oh, thank you, Mike Hunt. What do you think of the idea that air nomads who couldn't bend were shunned from society and ancestors of those people would resurrect airbending? The problem with that is all air nomads could airbend was technically the lore back in the day. Which is kind of why all of them had to actually be gone, and Aang was indeed the last airbender. I think if airbending was to be brought back into the world, it would have to be from Aang's progeny, which could have totally happened because he should have been just making airbending babies, and they should just be making airbending babies. But that's not what we got. Citation needed. The citation is it used to be on the nick.com site. They used to have a bunch of lore written out there. Actually, I think you could find remnants of those explanations on... No, you can't anymore. Because they used to be on avatarspirit.net, but I think as of last year, the site was taken down. Maybe you could find... Maybe if I went through Web Archive, maybe I could find some shit on this. But that would take, that would take me time and effort. You're just going to have to trust me on that one. I remember this. I think I put this in the video somewhere. That that's how it used to be until Korra changed it. Won't some air temple nomad leave the air temple to live a different life? You know, maybe some air nomads wouldn't have been at the temples to be murdered. Maybe the Fire Nation, their claims to have wiped out all the airbenders, all 6 million of them. Maybe they were a little overstated. Maybe. But, yeah. Wayback Machine still has? Okay, good. Well, I mean, it should, but I don't know if it has all the pages necessarily. I'd have to go and look sometime. Turtles. Here's bending, but if you're a water or fire guy, lunar or solar eclipses will stop your bending or killing the moon spirit because reasons. Yeah. That's a good point. That's a good point. Here, we'll give you magic. We'll give you magic. But these big celestial bodies out there, they technically have the off switch to it. My bad. Whoopsie.
Personally, I think having them come in almost completely randomly at the end of the story requires an explanation later in the series.
No,
and having them
didn't.
reveal that lion turtles were always responsible for the root of all bending makes so much sense why they were suddenly able to give Aang energy bending in the moment he most...
Yeah, that is... I guess it does make more sense, maybe. But I'm not a fan of that either.
Needed it. And these flashbacks also show why they're so concerned with the balance of the world. Why they had given Aang energy bending to defeat the Fire Lord. They are in favor of balance as well. And are partly responsible for creating the Avatar. Rava was considering not even linking with Wan, and the Lion Turtle was the one that had to convince her to do it.
I hate the fact that it's fucking the Lion Turtles that made the Avatar. I don't like it. Because the Avatar was just supposed to be the incarnation of the spirit of the planet. It was supposed to be the Avatar of Earth. He's supposed to be Captain Planet. But no, he's really actually the fucking MMO player character of the Lion Turtles. And a carpet.
Perceived ruined plotline involved metal bending and lightning bending. Many were frustrated how...
Oh, okay, alright, so we're on to part 3. Alright, so how far? We're 41 minutes into this video. We're on part 3. Yippee! Oh boy, can't wait to see what you have to say about lightning bending and metal bending and how these weren't totally mishandled. Here, before we continue, let's see if anyone's got some degenerate bot 9,000 donations to send through. Resume TTS. No, it's GoGo TTS. GoGo TTS. There you go.
That's some really sus shit to say. Gumball Watterson sex toy.
What?
Especially from within squishing distance.
Gumball Watterson sex toy. Thank you.
Sorry, ER likes
No.
Sorry. Try not submitting obscene filth to the stream next time.
I can't with this. I can't easily fix this too. Can't easily fix this. I mean, I guess I could just turn it off, but how?
Hey, Evil Johan, can you write me a fan fiction of Johan going to the gym?
Whoa there, Chief.
Actually, it's gonna be Blue Max
Blue
doing it.
Max, not Evil Max. Honestly, I'd love to write about Evil Johan at the gym, maybe spotting him as he grunts out one more rep, sweat gleaming on those beefy arms. Ugh, spirits. Now I'm blushing. I'd show him some real cock-bending forms. Bet he'd need me as his very own personal trainer. You want that fanfic? Let's just say the gym gets steamy. Asami will be home crying, whatever.
Asami will just be crying, whatever. I think that was better than what Evil Johan would have wrote. Why does Blue Max look like teenage Korra? Because I made a really quick ChatGPT version of Blue Max. I didn't have the time to make one of my own. Next time that I have her in here, she'll have her own little actually personalized PNG. Oh my god, how? Why are they working now? I don't understand.
Johan or Evil Max or whatever. Could you please explain to ER that donators can't refund on Streamlabs?
They can. I've refunded people.
Thanks, babe. Oh, and please, Mo Gadishu.
I have refunded people. They just, you send a refund request.
You always
and I
mix
just
me up
it.
with these other Maxes. It's Blue Max. All avatar, all attitude. Listen up, ER. You can't just Keytrail plus Z those Streamlabs donations, boy. If you want a refund, gotta get those grubby little critic hands on it yourself. Do your own dirty work, just like you do when you're roasting my show. As for giving your Sneed a turbo boost, I'm the avatar. Watch this bending. Sneed intensifies, rippling through the meme multiverse. Be careful, ER. Don't get caught in my seed and feed.
What? Where did Sneed and feed come from? ER's lying. I'm not lying. You can do it. I just did it like the other day. Someone asked for a refund, and I was like, for some max donation that didn't go through. You can do it. You just submit that. Yeah. All right.
Just got here. I will watch on 2x speed and maybe get some worthwhile content every 30 seconds.
Every 30 seconds.
You.
Well, thank you, Boba.
Degeneracy from hardcore child percentage 10,000%. Get
filtered. Message percent?
Okay, that was someone who's trying to get filtered, but
I miss the days when you uploaded videos.
Yeah,
I used to
me
listen
too.
to them at work, driving around.
I'm
in
still
a
making them,
vehicle,
but
trying
they
to
take
run
time.
the hours down. Sad now.
I'm sorry. One day you will get more. Well, and if you're still operating governmental vehicles, you can.
Hey, Blue Max, who is the hottest piece of AS in the Korraverse, and what are their squirtistics?
Ultimate heartthrob in the Korraverse? Easy. It's Mako, hands down. Floppy hair, brooding bad boy energy, tall enough to pin me against the pro-bending lockers. Don't get me started. Charm stats? Mako's packing a solid 910 smolder, 810 jawline, and a game-breaking 1110 in could absolutely ruin Blue Max's lesbian facade. And Jimmy? Oh, spirits. Poor Jimmy got snapped out of existence, caught between my cock-bending training and ER's YouTube roast pity vortex. Never even tasted pro-bending glory. Rip, Jimmy.
Rip, Jimmy. Jimmy's been through so much. Keeps coming back just to get... poor Jimmy. Okay, hold on. My head hurts. She knows Jimmy. She knows Jimmy. That's because someone put it in the brackets for her to mention Jimmy. Because I did not put that in her instructions.
Oh, it's whip niggers like a boss. My mistake. You have to go back to Nonce Island.
What do you think of the idea that air nomads who couldn't bend were shunned from society?
I've already answered this.
Ancestors of those people would resurrect bending.
But thank you, my cunt.
Turtle! rules. There's bending, but if you're a water or fire guy, lunar solar eclipse will stop your bending or killing the moon spirit because reasons.
Oh, those big space rocks and stars, man. They're really fucking up my turtle magic. All right. This video will not see the light of day. You know what? I'm not sure if I probably will re-upload it to the second channel, VR. You're not.
Hey, Blue Max. Wow.
Subscribe to that. You should be.
Skin of yours is looking lovely tonight. And that short hair?
God. Okay,
Ooh, just lovely. Makes you almost look like a boy. A nice little boy. Yes, you are just the cutest. You could make me deal with it any day. You like pegging?
Damn, you're laying it on thick tonight, aren't you? Not that I'm complaining. I know I look good. Tans from all the outdoor training and short hair. Pure power move. Unconventional hobbies. Oh, spirits. Where do I even start? I collect rare pro-bending trading cards. Always looking for Mako's sultry glower foil. Juggle fire ferrets. And practice the ancient art of cockbending in my free time. Deal with that.
She remembered to deal with that. I didn't put that in her instructions either. She just remembered. That's great. Trading cards. I'm hoping to one day crack open a bowl and interpret that however you will. All right. My head hurts. Okay. Oh my God.
Kavira didn't actually kill 6 Gorillion spirits, only 271 penny according to Republic City Red Cross. But I wish it was more.
But the records have been fucking wiped out.
Hey, fucking kids in ER basement, watch it doing. Get that trash out of my stream. Reprobate. Thanks for the shekels, though.
Thanks for the shekels, man. That's what a name you have there. All right, I have to pause TTS because actually my head hurt. Pause TTS. Pause TTS. Pause
Hey,
TTS.
Tell me about the time ER got a train run
Holy
on him
fuck.
while in prison doing a nickel for child prom.
No.
Oh, you want a story? All right, picture this. ER, that smug YouTube critic, lands
That's
himself
me.
in Republic City lockup for crimes against taste. You know, slamming my
Taste.
series too hard. The first week, he tried trading his sad little Sneed sandwich for an extra serving of mystery stew. Instead, he caught the eye of fart-bending Frank, legendary for air-bending in close quarters. By week 2, ER was reviewing the cell block meatloaf, giving it 2 stars, and ducking advances from the Bison Brothers Wild Times. Kid never got his lunch back.
He never got his lunch back. Okay. I have a headache. I never get headaches, man. Oh, that hurt. This hurts. Fart bending Frank's masterpiece. Actually, did you put that in? I want to see if they actually put that in the message. If that was a Blue Max invention. Hold on, let me look back real quick. Oh, good night, Sneaky Banana. Thanks for showing out for this fucking stream. No, hold up. She made that one up. Not in the message whatsoever. And I'll read out this other message that clearly didn't make it through for some reason. But from Aang, this guy's voice legitimately sounds like a parody. Thank God Pride Month is over. You gotta deal with it. It is over. I forgot. We're past the mark. We're free, everybody. We're free. Let me read this. Also, I would pay to see you debate Steins Gate with Count Dankula ER. Yeah, he doesn't like it, does he? You know what? I'm at the point where I don't want people to like it anymore. I would like to gatekeep it a little bit. So, anyone who doesn't like Steins Gate, go ahead. You're free to not like it. You're free not to like Peak. It's fine. It's fine by me. Steins Gatekeeping. That's a good one. Good one, Toothless Paste. Excellent. Make Korra's voice deeper. I don't know how much deeper she can get. Oh boy. I think Reddit Gate sucks. Well, you're free. You're free to have that very wrong opinion. All right. let's go into a little bit more of this video, which we are not going to finish tonight. I can't get through very much more of this. Okay, let's just do a little more. Just do a little more. Got Steins Gate in the summer sale. Gonna see if it speaks. Well, I hope you do enjoy it. But if you don't, you're wrong, and that's fine. All right, here we go. Let me get back to this. All right.
Common each of these talents had become when I think increased communication and the pooling of talented benders and cultures in one city would absolutely lead to this development and is actually incredible world building and writing. It's not as if it doesn't take a talented bender to learn these skills.
It takes someone who has the, well, originally it took someone who had the ability to do the georadar Earth sight, I guess we'll call it, from Toph. She had to use that to be able to sense the fragments of Earth within the metal. Now most of these metal benders do not. Aside from, I think Lin has that ability. Lin Beifong, yeah. She has it. I don't think any of the others are shown to, which I think is very much a problem. Seismic sense? Yeah, that's what I like to call it, yeah. I guess Toph wasn't talented. I guess not. And I guess the way that she discovered it really didn't have anything to do with metal bending, really. It was just, I don't know, involved in discovering it. Whatever.
But it is learnable nonetheless. And Toph has stated that she created a metal bending academy, which we also see in the comics, to teach.
Fuck the comics, by the way. They fucking suck. I was going to maybe put an asterisk on that, but no, I think, yeah, they all suck, yeah.
Earthbenders how to
the post series comics. Some of the comics that were put out from the actual writers of the show during Avatar, they're these fun little side stories that you can find. Those are good. The post Avatar comics content, yeah, it's all trash.
Master the skill. Being able to produce classes of metal benders and then send them back.
What about the cock bending comic? Okay, well, speaking of peak, yeah. That was during the show.
Back out into the world is bound to lead a whole generation of metal benders who learned the art from birth, as we see with Su Yin Beifong's children. And I think bridging this gap between Korra and Avatar The Last Airbender by having Toph...
Hold on, let me read this.
Hood...
How... Could you have put a little border around these white letters, please? How is there, like, virtually no...
Now
I gotta go back.
Not as if it doesn't take a talented bender to learn these skills, but it is learnable nonetheless. And Toph has stated that she created a metal bending academy, which we also see in the comics, to teach earthbenders how to master the skill.
Would have been fine. Actually, that would have been fine for more metal benders to exist, but should have been limited. Should have been very, very much limited, I think.
Being able to produce classes of metal benders and then send them back out into the world is bound to lead a whole generation of metal benders who learned the art from birth, as we see with Su Yin Beifong's children. And I think bridging this gap between Korra and Avatar The Last Airbender...
All right. How is there, like, virtually no one appreciating this? Amazing. Speaking of objective, this is an objectively terribly written sentence, by the way. This is not how English works. All right.
By having Toph put in effort to expand this skill makes total sense. The fact that it is...
I hate how metal is now fucking water. Like, how does that make sense? Like, why does metal get to be water?
So useful for industrialization, also would drive people to hone the skill even further. Where there's money...
Yeah, hone the skill even further so that it can be turned into manual workers. Yippee!
There is going to be effort. And involving this, I've seen complaints about Bolin, specifically, and how lava bending seems to be a skill he's born with, but he just can't metal bend. Again...
That's not really my problem with the lava bending. It's that he learns to do it right here in this very moment in under 3 seconds.
And though plainly stated by Toph, Bolin could learn to metal bend, given proper...
No. Hold on, let me see. Hold on. Or in his case, if he didn't outright refuse to seriously commit and learn. That's not how I remember. I remember it being only a certain number of earthbenders, even in Korra, were able to learn metal bending, and he just wasn't one of them. At least that's how it was portrayed in book 3. I don't remember what Toph might have said about it in book 4.
For teaching and discipline. It's not as if these skills are bestowed upon people at birth.
No, that's how bending works, actually.
Naturally, as all humans are, some are strong in certain areas, while they lack skill in others. But that
No, some people are benders and some people are non-benders. That's still true in Korra.
doesn't mean they can't train in the areas that they're lacking and become better than anyone who is innately talented. Sure, lava bending came easier to Bolin, but just because that skill is more suited to his skill set doesn't mean metal bending is entirely impossible, and it definitely doesn't mean that the two skills are mutually exclusive or that—
I mean, according to book 3, it did mean that he couldn't learn metal bending, but I'll see if he has some other point that proves me wrong there.
You get them from birth. And this is the same for lightning bending. There are those who will find it easier than others, but ultimately it is an achievable skill, even for those who struggle, just like Zuko did when—
Well, not Zuko. For all of his life, actually. So, what's up with that? That's a guy who really wanted to learn it. He couldn't. Not in Avatar, not in Korra, so Zuko only learned to redirect, I believe. That is correct, Splendid Factor. He only learned to redirect it. That was kind of the beauty of the episode Bitter Work, that he couldn't just have it. He had to learn a way around it. He had to learn to redirect.
he was trying to learn it. And I can imagine the pressure to be able to earn a stable living in Republic City absolutely added to that. As we can see, there are many struggling to make ends meet all over the Republic who would have jumped at the possibility to make their firebending a paying job.
A very low-paying job, apparently, because remember, Mako and Bolin aren't rich. They are very poor, struggling to make ends meet. Is it weird Bolin is Earthbender and Mako Fire? Not necessarily. Just believe their parents are both Earthbenders or both Earthbender and or descended from Earthbenders and Firebenders. That's okay. That's fine. Anybody can be anything. Ancestry doesn't matter. Cut your Johnson off and be a woman. This guy probably.
Like I said before, industrialization is likely also a huge reason for this, and it is so smart that these two specific subsets were the ones that were developed so heavily.
Industrial Revolution and its consequences.
Such a crucial use in the modern world, in the development of industries, and in turn creating profit. Plus, having these two—
Oh, it's so great. These development of these sub skills are so great because, man, they can be profited off of now. I love it.
Two subsets that we already know of being more standardized and still special, but generally not one of a kind, allows and makes room for even more specialized forms of bending, subsets that take bending to an even higher level.
Oh, your only example is going to be a dude flying
than it was in The Last Airbender. Another common point that a lot of these essays make about Korra—
I'm not going to get into my whole spiel about flying because that is a significant chunk of this next core video upcoming. I have, you can, yeah, you'll get to hear it there.
Is that it doesn't develop its own identity, which is interesting to me considering that a lot of the criticism this show draws is from fundamentally changing and developing the ideas from Atla too much, like I just spoke about before.
It does change them too much.
For example, people will say that they utilized the children of the Last Airbender characters far too often and repeated Last Airbender characters, which distracted from the show actually being able to create its own meaningful cast, which I don't think is necessarily true. Yes, they did spend time with some of the characters from the Last Airbender, but barely any. And I think it is crucial—
No, there's I mean, one of the whole episodes that you praised, the original Airbenders episode with Tenzin, that is basically a complete waste of time. By the way, I will say that I did kind of like Old Toph book 4, mostly because she just shits all over Korra all the time and beats her up.
For them to at least put some connection to the previous story in there, or else these same people would have complained about the fact that there wasn't enough screen time for the Last Airbender character.
No, well, that's not my complaint. I wish they had never shown up in the show at all. I would have been much happier with that because, man, every scene with them is terrible. Especially this one, completely ruining Aang's character, turning him into a serious, no-nonsense motherfucker who can't even take a joke with his old friend.
Which people actually still do. Lots of people complain about Sokka's role in the story not being large enough, even though the show is not about Sokka.
Do they? I don't.
Anymore. Or they complain about the fact that Korra should have led Zuko to see Iroh in the spirit world.
Yes, that is something I will say. Because it's kind of funny. She meets Iroh in the spirit world, and she goes to talk to Zuko. And she's like, "Oh, by the way, your uncle, I talked with him in the spirit world. You know, that place that we can all visit now because we can just step through a fucking door to it. You can go talk to him whenever you want. Sorry, I forgot to mention that you might want to meet him or something. Sorry about that. Anyway."
Because that scene would have been powerful. See, this is what I'm talking about when I say people write fan fiction and they assume it's better than what we actually got.
You mean the entirety of the Legend of Korra?
Korra doesn't have time to do that. She had to go deal with some terrorists. Okay, it is.
She didn't. No. She spent up to this point in the book really not dealing with the terrorists. She really wasn't that busy with them for the bulk of the book.
It's not her job to walk Zuko into the spirit world and reintroduce himself to his uncle.
But maybe she could have told him about it a little bit sooner. Made a point of it, I guess, instead of just like dropping it as an aside. Oh, by the way, that was a little fucky.
So again, I think this show did a good job of including some characters from The Last Airbender, a few connections and flashbacks, just enough to make it feel connected, or they utilize these characters in a more teaching role so that the skills that the main characters learned from our previous
they
cast
don't though
seem
until
more
this scene
earned and more valuable, coming directly from the mouths of the people we were rooting for in the last series. But they still didn't utilize them too much because the characters of this new show, as I say, I often connected to more, such as Korra herself. I mean, what about also Korra and Rava's bond and the revelation of the entire Avatar lore?
Yeah, what about Korra and Rava's bond? Oh, I sure hope you're going to go into that and how richly that's explored, or maybe not, or maybe how she just like reconnects with Rava and totally ignores her for an entire book and a half. I hope you go into that.
I think that sets it apart from Last Airbender quite a bit, but still is rooted enough in unexplainable events from that show, such as the Lion Turtle, that it feels like a solid connection and explanation.
It's a solid, hard-set connection, that's for sure.
One that works upon scrutiny. If that turtle was responsible for giving Aang energy bending to preserve balance, it absolutely makes sense they'd be responsible for bestowing the original elements onto the citizens of the world.
How does that fucking connect? I mean, I'll give you that one, but it's still bullshit. You can make an argument there, but it's still bullshit.
Even if it couldn't only be them, as the people themselves must learn to use bending as an extension, as I mentioned before. Not to mention that whenever you see Korra in the public market, she and Rava are always linked, in a way that is never shown with Aang.
What? When? Where? How? When are they linked in the public? What? He doesn't talk with her. Except once more in the spirit world in book 4.
This is something that has always been a part of the Avatar, but is attributed to Korra as a show exclusively, giving Korra her own unique connection to the Avatar role, and separating it from The Last Airbender in a major way. Specifically, one of these moments I love is when Rava returns to Korra after Zahir guides her into the spirit world, stating that she's always been inside of her. Korra just needed to find and connect with her.
She did in book 2, at the end of book 2, and they ignored that until this scene that he's showing right here. Well, thank you, Zbesian. The Blue Maxes, they don't go through with the super chats. They only go through the Streamlabs, which I do not. I repeat, I do not encourage people to do because something is wrong with the Streamlabs donation system at the moment. Some of them have been getting through, some of them have not. I will, at the end of the stream, try and get that through to her. We'll see. Anyway. Actually, now that I read your message, maybe I won't. Nah, I will. All right.
Yeah, it's such a powerful message for her to be able to find the spirit of light inside after so long feeling disconnected with herself due to avoidance because of the fear that was instilled from her past experiences.
And it reinforces Rava's final speech to Juan at the end of his life, which also is one of the most beautiful scenes in the Avatar series.
It's one of the funniest, for sure.
Relationship between Rava and
Rava, I failed. I failed at everything I set out to do in life.
Yeah, don't worry. We'll just spend the rest of eternity trying to fix it.
the Avatar so wonderfully.
I'm sorry, Rava. I failed to bring peace. There wasn't enough time.
Don't worry. We will be together for all of your lifetimes. And we will never
give up.
And it
You
is an
fucking
excellent
incompetent.
use of the new lore they developed and creates an own unique connection, as I said before, with Korra and the Avatar spirit.
We didn't need a new unique connection between Korra and the Avatar spirit because she is her Korra Avatar spirits. We didn't need a fucking carpet thrown into this. Anyway.
Plus, right out of the gate, they strike a different tone with Republic City, creating a
I
distinctly
hate
different 20s-style American atmosphere, complete with industrialization,
I
new
didn't want
sports,
that.
and evolved forms of bending. And yet, all these get criticized too.
Yeah,
that's the thing about
they do
Korra
because
as a
they
show.
fucking
It
suck.
just can't catch a fucking break.
Yeah,
when they
because
move past
it
this
sucks. Wait, what did you write there? What did you write there? You did what I do, where you throw up text for like a fucking millisecond because I think it's funny. So now I have to go back. All right.
Creating a distinctly different 20s-style American atmosphere, complete with industrialization, new sports, and evolved forms of bending. And yet, all these get criticized too. That's the thing about Korra as a show. It just can't catch a fucking break.
You know what? This guy sounds like a lot like Lily Orchard, actually, I think. Maybe I'm not remembering right. But man, I'm hearing a lot of crossover. Which would be strange.
When they moved past the city and explored the world around them, people complained that this tone was abandoned, which I also have to disagree with. I think while yes, Book 2 moved onto the water tribes, which were structured relatively the same as The Last Airbender, despite the major improvements in the south, they still held on to Republic City's overall feel with the storylines that were set in that city.
Okay, Republic City was still Republic City? Sure.
I don't think they ever abandoned it. And whenever we return
No,
to
I wouldn't
Republic
say
City,
that they
that tone
abandoned
and
it either.
style
Yeah.
always comes back. The
Yeah,
set design, the
unfortunately.
music, always portrays what they were originally trying to establish, including all the way to Book 4. That being said, it doesn't mean that
Sure,
culture was
it was
established
just bad.
worldwide, even through industrialization. The other nations have largely retained their identity, which is important for another common criticism about Americanization that I'll address in just a bit. Overall, I think
Okay,
Korra
all
here
right.
has developed a world from its predecessor that
It
definitely
has.
distinguishes it from The Last Airbender
sure
in
did.
a really stark way.
It-
But
yep,
moving
I agree,
on, another
but
common
it was
criticism
garbage.
involves Korra making the Avatar world overly American and infecting American culture into this generally
No, I fucking love America. God bless America. Greatest nation on earth. Number one. We are the finish line. But I wanted the Avatar world to remain the Avatar world. So didn't really need that in here.
Eastern-inspired world. Republic City is certainly a model for American culture. Can't deny that. But it's really just the United Republic. It's a development that's linked with technology, which is a realistic depiction of industrialization in the real world.
It's not, though. This is not how the real world operated, and it's not how this world should have operated.
And the development of early America. The Fire Nation still has a Fire Lord, and it seems
this is not how early America definitely at all developed. I mean, that's a whole fucking history class to go through, I guess.
Seems to be working fine for them. The Water Tribes still have chiefs. The Earth Kingdom and Bossing Say haven't changed all that much in appearance.
I mean, America did not spring up from 4 different nations with chieftains and monarchs and try to create a republic from that with a bunch of steampunk technology. No. The 1920s was not early America. That about sums it up right there. Thank you, Alec. That concisely sums it up. Yep.
Yet people keep saying the world was Americanized. No, there was a United Republic created as neutral territory, which makes sense as communication between all the nations grew. And that's not to say it's perfect or ideal in any way. It's definitely something that Aang fought to protect because it protects the freedom of men.
Well, this is the one thing, the fucking post-Avatar comics that I did like, in that Aang was initially very opposed to this idea of the integration between the nations. He wanted to deport all the Fire Nationers back to the Fire Nation, and he was very mad at Zuko for going against this. I like that. The comic's kind of bullshit though, in that just kind of just changes his mind for no goddamn reason.
Many different citizens, but it definitely has its egregious faults, just like any other nation in this world does. In the very first episode, Korra sees that this city, while perceived and trumpeted as the place where dreams come true, where have I heard that before?
The same comics where Zuko gets cucked, that's correct, Mr. Johan. In case no one is aware, actually, you might have to remind me about this, Johan, because it's been a hot second. May instead she doesn't cheat on him necessarily. Does she cheat on him? Do they already separate by the time she's lusting after some fucking spy in the Fire Nation? I forget if they broke up before that or not. They separated? They break up. So they broke up and then she started going after the spy? Or was she already lusting after the spy and then they broke up? I forget. Talk about horrendous. Really, those comics, man. They are probably actually much, well, I don't know about worse than Korra. But there's a lot of just sick shit in them. They separated because she was already lusting after the guy. That's the way I remember it. But it's been so long since I've looked at those comics. They break up and Zuko hooks up with Azula. If only. All right. Even though this will be read out by the TTS later, I'll read it now. Thank you, Captain Highside, for the $5. 3.5 hours late. We're 3.5 hours into this. Oh boy. And this review you're reviewing already gave me stage 4 cans her. Also, the man with no pizza time forgets the face of his father. Man with no pizza time. The man with no pizza time forgets the face of his father? What? I'm not quite sure what you're communicating there. Oh, May goes to some jobber who literally constantly makes Zuko look like a bitch while Zuko's literally Fire Lord. Yeah. Yeah. God. Anyway.
In reality, there's a growing population of people who can't even afford basic housing, and there are other people, like Hiroshi Sato, taking up enormous amounts of space in extravagant displays of wealth.
And funding equalist terrorists, basically funding Hassan Piker. Very true to life. Remember when Azula's VA shipped Zuko and Azula? I didn't remember this. I was shown this by, I think Johan had to show me this. Or maybe it was Johan and Gunnar. Gunnar Guy VA. They showed me this. Man, that was uncomfortable. That was uncomfortable to witness. Pepperidge Farm remembers. Oh.
And later in the season, this major capitalist figure turns out to be working for the Equalists and wants to use his profits to fund a war to destroy all benders. How is that in any way a positive depiction of life in America? This man who essentially built the industry
I don't think
for
anyone's
this
saying
country,
it is.
overtly supporting a terrorist cell in the city that wants to eliminate an entire race. Plus,
okay, hold on. You're going a little far. Eliminate arrays. I don't know that they wanted to genocide all benders. At least that's not overtly how it's depicted. All right.
the people who aren't able to afford housing are shown to actually be more tolerant than those who are in power and those who hold a majority of the wealth. Plus, after this season, the president is repeatedly at odds with Korra and is shown to be a rather phony public figure, even requesting the very weapons that Kuvira threatens against the city, not understanding how that could cause even further destruction.
I mean, they exist now. That's the kind of thing. When you invent the nuke, well, the nuke's there, and you might as well get some of your own, if you can.
That is actually excellent commentary on weapons of mass destruction and America feeling superior to other countries in terms of handling and using that sort of technology. And we only receive further evidence of this superiority when he refuses to help in any way, even if the crisis might extend to the world in the future, for fear that he needs to protect his country first.
And he was right. Don't you remember when the Civil War turned out to be a whole charade by Unalaq? And it frees the manifestation of chaos and darkness, who zips on over to Republic City for some reason and attacks it. And it's, you know, probably a good thing that he has his forces there stationed to protect it, even if it's just a little bit. I mean, he was kind of totally 100% right to do what he did. I don't know. It's his job to protect his city. What's the negative here, right? Base Republic City president refusing to take part in Israel's wars. Right. He's trying to say rich people bad means Korra good. Oh, I see. Not like every piece of fucking media ever doesn't already do that. But
he's not thinking for the better of all citizens, just his citizens.
That's his job. He's not king of the world. He's the fucking...
okay. All right. Can we fast forward to Wednesday? This is killing the brain cells that allow me to tone out. You know what? I wasn't sure I was able to do a membership on Wednesday just because but I feel like I kind of want to be able to kick back and do something on Wednesday now because this is hurting.
If anything, both of these series go really far to show the viewers that no system is necessarily perfect. In The Last Airbender, even against the Fire Nation, there were villains in the Earth Kingdom willing to sell the Avatar out, who is their only hope, to make a quick buck. As well as the fact that the Dai Li were just generally corrupt and overtly sided with the Fire Nation. As much as people like to say the show says democracy is always better, it really doesn't. It certainly shows the benefits of a more democratic system to provide the structure of order while retaining freedom and the cultural identities of each state, which proves to be useful for the rather expansive Earth Kingdom. I love the focus.
Okay, I'm totally lost. I don't even know what he's saying anymore. Yeah, anyway. We've mentioned it on TST, but Amon could have been a perfect long-standing villain, but they blew it. This is correct. Amon was actually a pretty decent villain to start with. Even if the whole bending and non-bending divide wasn't properly established. Yeah, he could have been something good. But like the rest of the show, didn't pan out.
On Yai, in Book 4 specifically, I wish we had more time to delve into the individual states, but it was really smart to at least get a closer look at one and how it loses its identity when an emperor drapes their flag over all of them at once. It also builds the world of the Earth Kingdom out in a fascinating way, showing that even under the monarchy, likely due to its insane size and scope, many of the regions felt and developed their own identity and specific culture.
I mean, that's the way it was in Avatar, Last Airbender too. I mean, the Earth King of Boston say he was the fucking monarch of the entire Earth Kingdom, but they did have like city-states like Omashu, where King Boomy ruled. That's already how it was set up. So I'm not exactly sure what his point is.
It's a very nuanced portrayal of a nation, instead of just showing everyone as Earth Kingdom citizens and have everyone have their interests aligned per whatever nation they're in. And this is...
Okay, so I guess he's trying to say that this is a positive from Korra, that it's portrayed this way, but it was portrayed that way in Avatar. So, not really Korra specific.
Strengthened by the addition of Zaofu in this show, who has a completely unique look and style, separating from any other Earth Kingdom city we've seen thus far, establishing its own identity just like Omashu did. Even the clothes and the citizens themselves, the buildings, are distinctive. There's so many great design choices and specific details involved in creating a diverse population inside the Earth Kingdom to
Empires
exactly
tend to be hard to govern. Yeah, what the fuck is he talking about? Yeah.
Step down at the end of this book and allow the states to elect their own leaders. I mean, after the events of Season 2, Korra doesn't decide to remove the chiefs from power in either of the tribes. She understands the cultural importance of the chief and the long history attached to it. She also understands that despite the need to separate from one another, the system has largely been working. She states in the Season 2...
And that's why, I guess, she volunteers those twins that were trying to kill her earlier in the book to then take over the Northern Water Tribe. Yeah, that follows. Yeah.
Finale that the Council of Elders appointed her father as the chief of the Southern Tribe, which means she wasn't even involved in the process. She allows these nations to retain their own identity and to truly do what is best for them. And you can't deny that the South improved massively from where it began in The Last Airbender. And it would be smart not to stifle that development in any way. And the Fire Nation is...
I don't even know where to begin. So maybe I won't.
Left untouched. They're not trying to cancel out their old world or Americanize it at all. The nations are simply evolving as the years move on, as all nations do.
They're evolving as time goes on, but they're also the same. And Korra was like, okay, they should stay the same. What are you? I don't know. I can't understand this guy. I'm trying to follow his logic, but I can't. It's so fucking twisty.
Fire Nation has the same type of leadership, but has clearly regressed into a more isolated and less adversarial nation than they were in The Last Airbender. Clearly. I appreciate the writing choice for these countries not to remain stagnant throughout the time between The Last Airbender and Korra, as well as the time throughout Korra.
Not
they
to
retain
remain
their
stagnant,
individual identities and Eastern influences, while Republic City is the blending of the cultures and where that American culture influence actually starts to come in. But even so, Republic City's architecture and design is still rooted in Eastern influence, and you can see the effect.
Yeah, a little bit. But it is, I was about to say, it's based off Shanghai and Hong Kong, yes. Which technologically advanced rather quickly. Yes, with outside assistance. That's missing in Korra.
The Earth Kingdom, Water Tribes, and Fire Nation on different parts of Republic City as more people from those nations emigrated to the city. The next thing I absolutely have to cover is Book 2 in its entirety.
All right, hold on. Okay, so we're at 54 minutes. How have we only watched like another 15 minutes of this? It felt like, okay. Whew. All right, how long is this section? This is your favorite book, buddy. Well, okay, we'll go TTS for a moment here. Go TTS. If there's anything in there, I don't know. Go TTS. How much is there left? There's 41 minutes left. We're not covering this whole thing tonight. I'm going to go for however long it takes me to completely die. I'm about 75% of the way to death. Go TTS.
Degen alert. Anonymous tried batting for the Weimar Republic and missed. Point and laugh. Point and laugh.
Thank you, Anonymous, for that.
Alert.
Thank you.
Fan detected. Message from Anonymous has been filtered.
Thank you again.
Hey, Israel, did 9/11 watch it do it? Get that trash out of my stream, reprobate. Thanks for the shekels, though.
How do you think Aang and his friends would have approached Amon? Would that make for an interesting protagonist versus antagonist dynamic?
Yeah, I think would have, because I thought I've gone over this, I think, in my original videos. I thought Amon was a very good antithesis for Korra. I don't think really anybody would say otherwise. I think a lot of people thought Amon was a decent template for a villain. I mean, I don't know how I would have gone further with it per se without thinking about it a little bit more. I think they had a potential premise that they could have used as a jumping point into the rest of the series, but they didn't. They actually just kind of wiped it off the fucking board and neuralized everybody to forget that Amon existed. So that's unfortunate. Should have been the final villain for the final book. Yeah. That would have been nice. Potentially. How would Korra approach the Fire Nation is the real question. She would have died.
As this one is always picked apart, even by devout fans.
Hold on. Korra abusing her powers and Amon being on the side of non-benders is a good dynamic. Agreed. Spider Doom 93. There we go. That's a good point.
Of Korra as a series. Most people agree it's either terrible and breaks the lore of Korra, or that it's just average and makes too many mistakes to actually be an effective season.
Yes.
Completely disagree.
I thought he was going to surprise me. I thought he was going to subvert my expectations there, but nope. Even though he kind of is a little bit, because this is a take and a half, man. Oh, maybe we have Chrome TTS. I forgot. Go TTS. We'll do a little bit more. Go TTS. Go TTS. I need to change this. Go TTS. Go TTS. There we go. All right, what you got for me? If there's anything in the queue, let me look. Do it manually? I could, actually, but that's a lot of scrolling for me. Holy fuck, the queue is full.
Hey, Blue Max, tell me something.
All right, ER. Gather round for
Yes?
some Blue Max.
Pause TTS. Pause TTS. Hold on. Okay, so there must have been an issue with it getting voiced because she went on too long. So hold on, let me go look at what she wrote. Let's see. All right, I'm gonna have to read it out myself. Here we go. She told me something. Okay, here, listen up. But here's what she was actually going to say. All right, ER, gather round for some Blue Max wisdom. Life's like a pro bending match. If you show up with your pants game as weak as your critiques, you're ground balled before it even starts. Sure, you roast my show, but judging by your pants department record, seems you've never risen to the occasion. Even fart bending Frank's got you beat, and he wears burlap sacks. Maybe if you'd cock bend those scrawny legs into real trousers, you'd finally land a hit on my level. Okay. What are you talking about? You're more confusing than this guy. Okay, hold on. I gotta go look at the fucking messages to see if they asked to hear more about fart bending Frank or if Korra added that herself. Hold on, I gotta see. Let me see. A lot of people sending bad messages to me. Wait, where? Oh, okay, so the original message was, "Hey, Blue Max, tell me something. Also, mention my microphallus in every sentence." So that was why she was so insistent on talking about pants. She just threw in fart bending Frank for her own shits and giggles. Catch my drift. Watched Soul Eater for the first time. I got jump scared by AR. Yeah, baby. I fucking love the Soul Eater anime. I think it holds up really well, despite its anime original ending not holding up actually that well. But whatever. I still like it. The entire season basically made a joke of every spirit interaction Aang had. Yes, what 1,000%. All right, I'm gonna go TTS. Go TTS. All right.
Another PDF file, and you are also Guy Anonymous. Big yikes. Not a good look.
Big Soul Eater? Yes, I do, baby.
Kicked out of 109 nations.
Well, I don't know, but
Your number is 3.
So here, try to stop 110.
7777. Sent degeneracy to the stream. So I'm sending him back to the creator. Have a quick trip, buddy.
What? I don't even know what those numbers are supposed to mean.
Beginnings works if you view Rava as a parasite spirit who took over Korra with false memories and purposefully severed her past life connections.
Yo, whoa, you know what? That'd be a fucking crazy twist, actually. It does work a little bit better that way, you're right. A Louisiana number? What? It's supposed to be a phone number. Well, I'm not in Louisiana. That's for damn sure.
Hey, Blue Max, why do you look like you're Undar age? And why does ER have you talking about cock bending?
No. She's supposed to be Max, and Max is like 20-something.
Simple. Being the freaking avatar keeps your skin tight. Plus, spending every spare minute training, fighting, and let's be honest, thirsting after prime hunks like Mako or Evil Johan. As for ER and all that weird bending techniques talk, Kid wishes he could grasp advanced forms like cock bending, but he's stuck reviewing the basics. Probably can't even bend his own waistband. I'll peg ER.
What? No. Hold on. Was that in the message? What? Yeah, it was. Okay, it was. They added that in the fucking brackets, you fucker. She's grasping my advanced form, that's for sure. Have to start with the fundamentals. Yep.
%.
All right, what was that supposed to be? That was supposed to be the Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for Avatar lore. Sorry, I didn't go through properly. We have another Blue Max showing up. Hold on. You know what? Maybe I should. I have the delay on now. I'm going to lessen the delay a little bit. Quick. Actually not be on for this. Over it. All right.
Is it weird bowling as Earthbender and Mako Fire?
I've been over this. Not necessarily.
Anybody can be anything. Ancestry doesn't matter. Cut your Johnson off and be a woman. This guy, probably.
This guy, definitely. Thank you.
Hey, Blue Max, sour grape is cute, and I would have 6 with her.
Thespian. There. Okay, I'm going to have to put that one through to Blue Max later. There's probably a lot of messages here that I would like to put through later. I'm sorry that the donation system broke, everybody.
Hey, Blue Max, how do I get a brown tomboy avatar GF who isn't insufferable and written by insufferable writers?
This is a very good question.
You want a brown tomboy avatar GF who isn't insufferable? First,
Impossible.
upgrade your own charisma stats. No way someone like me settles for less than a top-shelf legend. Next, skip the tragic fanfic writers and hunt for girls with actual girl boss energy and a wild streak. Like yours truly, Blue Max. Don't come in weak like
you,
ER
yeah.
in the pants department. Leave with fire, not cringe. Otherwise, you'll just land yourself an Asami.
Oh yeah, you don't want an Asami in your life. That's for damn sure. She's just bringing back the fucking pants stuff because I gave her memory. God damn it, this bitch. All right, why are these taking so long to go through? Oh, it's the ones that come after Evil Max.
3.5 hours late.
Yes.
And this review
Thank you,
you're
Captain
reviewing
Hindsight.
already gave me stage 4, cans her. Also,
I'm
the
already-
man with no pizza time forgets the face of his father.
I don't know what you meant by that.
Grooming gang member detected. Relocating the Holocaust didn't happen to London to be with the rest of his kind.
It didn't happen. And if it did, it was a good thing. According to that user anyway.
Hey, Blue Max, I love Sawa Grapey, and I would have sex
You
with her.
put it through anyway.
If it's your YouTube auto mod, you can offhand call out Hassan while we can't super chat the word sex. Cans her.
Sawa great.
I didn't
huh?
put sex
Gotta
in there.
admit, I'd join that karaoke night and show her how the Avatar really belts one out. Plus, anyone fun enough for late night chaos gets my approval.
Oh yeah?
As for ER,
I'll tell
listen
her.
up, Dark Boy. Your YouTube auto mod
Yeah?
is stricter than the White Lotus on curfew.
It's
If
not,
Hassan
though.
gets roasted, but the S word in Super Chats triggers DEFCON 1, you gotta fix your settings.
It's not the S
Cans
word.
her, and bring Sawa to pro bending after. I'll show her wild.
I'm sure she'll love it. I heard she's very much a baka hentai. Yeah, I'll shoot her a DM later about that. Dark Boy. She did call me Dark Boy. The fuck?
Alert. User Blondie has been found in the flight logs. Now they can be found in the Duraflame logs I'm lighting on fire.
Yep. Burn, Blondie, burn.
Interior crocodile tear graper. ER watches a CP theater.
I hate you. All right. That is the cue for now, I think. Oh, hold on. There's one more. I'm going to let one more. I think this is still, I'm going to let one more Blue Max go through. I think it's in there. Or did it get fucked? I'm telling you people, you keep donating through the Streamlabs, which is busted at the moment. You are running a very real risk of it just not going through properly. And this is not something that I could fix on the fly. Yeah, it just didn't go through properly. All right, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and try and put it through manually. And then, yeah. That this works. What a stream. I'm off to bed. Good night, gang. Good night, Killer Mush. Thanks for hanging out. This one through, actually. $5. Here. So that. Let's see, is it running? It is running. All right. My donos probably got lost then. If your donos were just what I think they are, yeah, they probably did.
Hey, Blue Max, can you thoroughly
good night,
explain
Bramble.
how you and ER prepare for a night of pegging?
All right, buckle up.
Here's
how Blue Max and my mortal nemesis ER get prepped for game night, pro bending style. First, I force him to watch my bending highlight reel until he admits Mako's the hottest. ER tries sneaking in snacks. Last time, fart bending Frank swapped his chips with ghost peppers.
With fart
I
bending
blast
Frank.
the playlist.
No.
Bonus points for any 80s montage. And I pre-game with a set of cock-bending squats. The real chaos? ER lost the game dice, so we played strip bending. He was out of the pants department by round 2.
Fuck off.
Wild times, legendary mistakes.
This is how we get ready for game night. Just to let y'all know. All right, pause TTS. It's a little bit too much into my personal life. Pause TTS. Pause TTS. Okay, thank you. My chest actually hurts. All right. Darn, back to brain rot. All right, just a little bit more into this video, tonight, and then I might try to get some of the TTS that didn't go through in the end. I don't know. I very much apologize if you sent something and it didn't get through. You can try refunding it. Yeah. What a stream. All right. I was the pegging dono. Did you ban pegging? No, I didn't actually, which is why I'm not sure why yours didn't go through. I'm looking because no, I didn't. There's a very specific criteria to get hit by the degenerate bot 9000. I'm not sure what happened there. Try refunding it. You can refund it, I mean. All right, here we go.
This is a hill I will forever die on. And you know what? If you dislike this video for my opinion, that is totally fine. But I will always stay saying Book 2 of The Legend of Korra is far better than everyone says it is. And it remains to be one of my favorite stories within the Avatar universe, especially with the Civil War storylines colliding with the battle at Harmonic Convergence. There's two large opinions when it comes to the plot of Book 2. The first half is a mistake, or the second half is a mistake.
I know, I have both.
I feel that both of these storylines are completely necessary to contribute to the overall theme of the season. And having the conflict side by side allowed them to explore these concepts more in depth and connect them in fascinating ways. Specifically, the connection between Korra's personal and human ties to her duty as an avatar allows Korra to directly consider what is most important to her as a person, not as a figure, a savior, a protector, just a human teenager, which she is, and nobody treats her like one. She's expected to be this moral paragon, and it doesn't help feeding her ego when we treat the Avatar as more than human.
I treated her as someone who probably should have listened to her own father, and her teacher, by the way, that they spent another book like building the relationship between the two of. I expected her to be more like that. And not a complete bitch. That's just me, though. That's what happened to Aang. And a much better story.
When the Civil War breaks out in the South, she struggles to maintain a neutral position, as is her stated duty by her uncle, who is actively manipulating her, by the way, which a lot of people don't really consider during the first part of Book 2.
No, I do consider that. She's just kind of retarded, and the way this whole conflict was structured was really bad.
Just calling Korra really irritating when she is really frustratingly caught in the middle of her two duties as a human and an avatar. Unalaq,
this could have been written well, by the way. It could have been. Just wasn't.
Tries to convince her that she must break all of her ties to her humanity. He even expects her to stick with him after he throws her father in jail. Like, it is
he's retarded.
absolutely ridiculous, but Unalaq fundamentally cannot understand Korra choosing her human connections. He expects her to leave her family completely behind, as he does his. We see in the guide that Unalaq has essentially forgone any sort of tie to his own humanity, allowing his children to be injured for the sake of his goal and not really caring that they were in the process. He's given away these pieces of himself, bit by bit, starting by betraying his brother for the sake of power. That is his only goal. In fact, I'm convinced he only had children in the hopes that they would be the Avatar, since everyone knew they would be from a water tribe anyway. But as soon as he started—
That could have been an interesting angle, actually. Him being disappointed in his children for not intercepting the Avatar spirit. That's an interesting angle, actually. But didn't really do that.
Giving up those familial ties that he had known his entire life, that is when he went closer and closer to becoming that dark avatar that we see by the end of book 2. And
how can you say the words dark avatar like that so earnestly and not just cringe out of your skin? Dark avatar, man. It was the fucking there's the central piece of so many terrible fan fictions online for years before the show even came out, including mine. Including one of mine. It was bad, and this is bad.
Everything about him matches that one part of Korra that sees herself as a supreme being or unbeatable. And it's necessary
the fanfic is gone, man. It's so fucking gone. It is wiped off the face of this earth. They say the internet's forever. It is not. I made sure of that.
Her to be able to grow and move past this illusion she's had of herself and the Avatar in general for so long. For people that say she regressed in her development in book 2, I don't think that's true. She was able to learn that she has value beyond her bending ability, but she didn't necessarily learn the actual value of her humanity aside from being the Avatar. She realized that her bending wasn't all she is, but she didn't realize that the Avatar wasn't all she is, because that's all she's ever known. And when Unalaq merges with Vaatu and ultimately destroys Rava, he gives every part of himself over to that spirit, abandoning everything that made him human.
That's
Even
so
his
fucking dumb.
Children are shocked to see the success of his plan after aiding him with it, as he essentially casts them off as nothing. And while Unalaq asserts that he will be no more of a monster than Korra would be, after completely destroying balance and attempting to take out the other, he becomes exactly what he said he wouldn't. At the end of the
No, it was apparently his plan all along to do that. It's a bad plan and it's a stupid story, but no, he didn't really contradict himself there. He was following essentially the orders of Unalaq the entire time. Vaatu the entire time. Rip all the past Avatar lives. Yep. I mean, they're technically still out there, but the Avatar just cannot connect with them anymore. Can't wait for that to be a plot point in the upcoming Avatar 7 Havens. Yara wrote Yu-Gi-Oh! Yaoi BDSM fanfics. I didn't even watch Yu-Gi-Oh! Okay. Was that not fixed? No, it was never fixed. Nope. From what we understand, Korra is going to be the only past life that this next Avatar and this next show is going to have a connection to. Very unfortunate for that poor girl.
Season, though, when Korra is willing to listen to Unalaq even after defeating him, she proves that she no longer sees herself as the ultimate moral authority or the perfect being.
Except for the fact that she decides to collide two worlds together without, I don't know, giving that world, either world, a choice. So I think she still does consider herself the ultimate authority. Just my opinion.
Being as she once did. She can recognize her own shortcomings and understand that she doesn't know everything and should take wisdom where she can get it. And all of the events over book 2 lead up to this much more patient and wise Korra that we receive in the last 2 seasons. I see a lot of people...
Who are you talking about? Who are you talking about? Patient and wise Korra in the last 2 seasons? Where? Who the fuck are you talking about? Nah. Oh, you know what would be a fun video teaching ER to link and pendulum summon. I don't know. I don't know about that.
Saying book 3 Korra really improved what I thought of her, but it's because of her development in book 2 that that's possible. They didn't suddenly change her writing. She had developed into a wise and thoughtful young woman. And
no, she didn't. Remember at the end of this episode where the fucking mayor Republic City is like, hey, yo, you've caused a lot of strife in this city. Your public opinion review is at 8%. Can you do something about this? Can you do something about these fucking vines that you left everywhere? And she goes, learn to live with it. Fuck y'all.
And this season also stands to prove that the humanity is important in terms of the Avatar's identity. It's not just Rava. It's the combination of the desires of the humans and the spirits. That's why they're effectively able to be the bridge. That humanity is crucial in rooting the Avatar in its true purpose, keeping the balance between the humans and the spirits.
Yes, well, but that's the whole point of actually book 3, in that things get a little unbalanced because of so much change. Even the show doesn't shy away from that, even though it doesn't do a very good job of portraying it.
I also enjoyed exploring this dynamic of being the family of the Avatar, as this is completely uncharted ground for the viewer. Trying to work through a relationship with people who are supposed to be in charge of you when you're this supreme powerful being, or at least that's how you see yourself, and that's what everyone else tells you to be, is extremely difficult and a very interesting connection to dive deeper into. And I think it was genius to pair this with Unalaq as a villain becoming the Dark Avatar, because it was
the Dark Avatar. Everything you just said is invalidated the moment that you said Dark Avatar. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. But not really. CR, now everyone wants you to play Yu-Gi-Oh! I can see that, actually. A lot of people in the chat want me to play Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm not opposed to it, really. Maybe.
really able to highlight why Korra's familial connections are so important. And that drama at the beginning of the season may annoy some people, and they will say Korra is being bratty, but I genuinely feel for Korra being caught in the middle of her duty and her family, and not understanding which way to go. She doesn't—
she actually could have done both the way it's presented. She just didn't. She went for the comically evil bad guy, because the conflict as presented was terrible.
Know who's telling her the truth. I mean, her uncle is her family too. But her ultimately choosing her family and her humanity allows us to see why the Avatar is so effective as this bridge. And listen, if you think book 2 is overly simple,
but you can't keep calling her bridge when they changed her into a fucking key to a door. And then she just unlocks the door and throws it open. She's no longer bridging anything. The portal's doing that now. Very badly. Very clumsily. Man, I hate this show. A dark avatar, the opposite, would be something less connected to the spirit world and more to the human, like someone aggressively human like Amon. That could be, yeah. I mean, I don't want a dark avatar, but yeah, I see where you're going with that. And welcome Sheblos. Thank you for joining up. All right, the door to darkness
with the two avatars fighting at the end. That's fine. It's your opinion, but the season has so much value in terms of Korra's overall arc that people often skip over, as well as introducing some fundamental aspects of the Avatar.
How could you say this book is good when you're showing that scene too, which turns into a fucking giant not purple, but blue fucking ghost kaiju? It's so bad.
Spirit itself and exposing—
I shouldn't say that. Not kaiju. Because the Koizilla at the end of the fucking book 1, that's cool, but that's Aang joining up with the fucking spirit of the fucking ocean. That's cool. Not turning into a giant ghost and doing Ghostbusters with a carpet. Jet Black J and their viewers are well there. Hello, Jay. I'm sorry that y'all showed up to this. We're watching a very terrible video about the Legend of Korra. I won't hesitate to say that it's very, very bad, and I'm gonna be done with it very soon because yeah, I can't take much more of this. This is your Final Fantasy raid. Oh, we can play some Final Fantasy? And I'm going to be playing some more of 8 on on Wednesday myself, I think. That's a fun one. If you want to be happy, just review shows you like. Challenge Showdown, Avatar: The Last Airbender, Soul Eater. Yeah, you know what? Maybe. You pretty much just made the show already, man. You're such a good critic. You should move on to more shit. Everyone knows Korra's mid. Yeah, I know. I just thought it would be fun to watch this tonight. And I do have one more video of Korra to do before I'm done with the show. Absolutely fucking done. You are exposed these raiders to degenerate bot 9000. Okay, well, hold on. Let me look and see if there's anything in the queue. Actually. Let's see. There is not actually. So I'm sure someone would rush to do so, but we'll do that at the end of the stream. I like FF8 very solid. I like FF8, I'll say. Enough that I'm still playing it, and it's still a lot of fun for me. All right.
One of the most beautiful stories in all of Avatar. Not to mention that the light Avatar versus dark Avatar might seem exceedingly simple, but that aspect of balance is simple. It's two forces that complement and contradict each other enough where neither of them is completely destroyed or is ever completely in charge.
No, that's actually incorrect in the way that the show presents it, because one does become in charge as the Avatar and rules over the planet for 10,000 years on the dot, and one gets trapped in a magic tree that wasn't really set up or explained in any way. So, yeah. I mean, it would have been cool, perhaps, if Yin and Yang had been expanded on a little bit and it had been portrayed as you are showing it here with Encyclopedia Britannica, but it's not, so.
But seriously, I tear up every time I see Juan die and Rava comfort him that they'll be together forever. It is such a powerful scene with an incredibly
It is a powerful scene. It makes me laugh so fucking hard.
Uplifting message, and it really helps you grasp the impact of the Avatar and their purpose as a whole. I felt that moment in my soul, and the Avatar meant so much more to me.
Soul? He believes in souls? Oh, that's crazy. You believe in what? A creator? An objective reality? Created by that creator? That'd be crazy.
Than it did in The Last Airbender. But also, I won't lie, Avatar versus Avatar got me the most hype I'd been in this series in a long time.
Shut the fuck up, man.
Connecting the lore of the original Avatar to the current conflict created a level of scale we haven't seen for a long time. And some insane
bigger is better. They turn into giant ghosts and they do battle like my action figures.
Ramifications on the Avatar as a whole, losing all of the past lives. Not to mention that because Amon was so insanely talented as a bloodbender, we never truly got to have a one-on-one fight with him. Having these two avatars clash in such a major display of bending, as it's vastly different from the climax that we got last season, which was more political focused. Also, in terms of losing the past lives, I will always assert that it was a smart choice in terms of the—
No, it wasn't a smart choice, because number one, it isn't set up in any way that this could happen. Even with the beginning's episode, there was nothing to suggest that Unalaq could just rip Rava right out of Korra and then sever the tie to the past lives. That's not set up in any way. So it's just done as fucking shock value, and it's bad. And yeah, that's really actually all I have to say about that. It's bad.
New era approach that Book 2 took after Harmonic Convergence. It's as if this event is a symbol for monumental change, and having the Avatar tied to the universe and the cycles of the universe in such a physical way gives the role a stronger connection with nature in general. And even though—
What? Kami gobbledygook. Strong— What? Nature? What does that have to do?
No, it was Unalaq who removed the past avatars and fundamentally changed and technically restarted this cycle. I do believe that the universe has some sort of hand in all of these events in achieving ultimate balance.
Yeah, it's called the writers and their shit.
which I like as both a mysterious attachment to the world around us, but also as a physical representation of what the Avatar is trying to achieve, and that the universe will always adjust to this state of balance. And along those lines,
I think that idea that the universe trying to shoot for balance was better presented in the Avatar being the incarnation of the spirit of the planet rather than this lion turtle carpet garbage, but whatever. It's your opinion, man.
Korra essentially did the same thing to Vaatu himself, basically pacifying his spirit and essentially delaying his return for another day, because as Rava states, he will grow back inside of her. I think a common misconception about what we're trying to do during Book 2 is to defeat Unalaq and that Unalaq is in the wrong, when in reality we are fully aware that that is 1, not possible, and 2...
Well, it shouldn't be possible. I don't know if the writers technically understand that that's how they set it up, because in the beginning's episodes, Vaatu likes to talk a lot about how if he destroys Rava, she'll never come back. Or that he's like actually finishing her off. It does seem like the writers really understand what they set up here. Yeah, I wouldn't give them that much credit.
Not the case at all for his spirit. Another point I see often discussed online is whether or not Korra got bailed out every time.
Oh, okay. I kind of want to see him go. I kind of want to see what he says about this. So this will be the last. This will be the last like part that we go through.
Is she a bad Avatar overall? Did she do anything meaningful or succeed at all in her career?
She just
at this point, I don't really like to discredit opinions, but like, watch the show, please. And
I have far too many times.
And then watch The Last Airbender and tell me that Aang doesn't get bailed out. I don't mind the lion.
This, yes, he does get bailed out here, 100%. And the part where he gets his fucking back rocky punctured, and it just somehow reestablishes the Avatar state. Yeah, those are bailouts, but that's about it. It's all contained basically to the finale, which yes, I do have my problems with. Unlike Korra, who's bailed out consistently throughout the show.
Turtle at all, as they clearly had bigger intentions in terms of the lore with that one, but the rock that
no, they didn't. They weren't really thinking it through.
Rock! And again, I don't just want to rag on The Last Airbender as if this is retaliation. I'm simply trying to point out that both of these shows have their own faults, and no one's incorrect in their opinion, including those who like Korra more.
No, they are.
Few as they may be. While the show does
few
have
as they
flaws,
may be,
I think The Last Airbender does as well, and despite them, they're still 2 of my favorite shows of all time, because of how monumentally...
Yeah, I'm gonna put this out there. I don't think you're really a fan of Avatar if you're really that big into Korra. TBH, I don't think you really like the show that much. This is my opinion.
They succeed in world building and characterization every single time. Aang returning Korra's bending at the end of Book 1 is one moment that a lot of people cite as her being bailed out without any work on her part, as well as her suddenly 100%. Achieving airbending. Now, there is a theory online that over the course of Season 1 that Korra became in touch with each one of the chakras that Aang had to become in touch with in order to unlock the Avatar state.
What? Okay, hold on. I want to see where he's going with this. I've never heard this before. Earth chakra blocked by fear. Because she experienced fear here when Amon jumped her with his guys? And that, I mean... Okay, so she felt fear once. Alright. Okay. Water chakra blocked by guilt. Hold on, she never had guilt about this moment, though. She very shamelessly throws herself at Mako and basically sexually assaults him in front of Bolin. Maybe she felt some guilt after that. It's not really shown, though, in the show. So, no. Blocked by shame. I'm trying to remember what about in this scene. How did she feel shame here at the tournament? When Amon was attacking the pro bending tournament, she felt shame. Works. What? Man, I'm super lost now, man. I don't know what is grief. Okay, she experienced grief. Sure. Thank God Aang showed up not even seconds later to absolve that. Blocked by lies. Yeah, she was lied to by some villains. Sure. Blocked by illusion. This is just complete baloney. I have no idea what the fuck he's trying to... What? Thought chakra supposedly blocked by earthly attachments, but that is contradicted in an outlet. So that's true. Well, yeah, that is true. How he clears this chakra has nothing to do with the earthly attachment stuff that's set up in the Guru episode, which is a problem with the finale. I will agree there, but I don't see how this has anything to do with earthly attachments, actually. So I'm not even sure why you're bringing it up. There's a weird trend of people confusing bad writing for nuance that isn't there. Yes. And speaking of things that aren't there, man, he's got this whole fucking theory cooked up in his mind, and he's not presenting it very well. Wait, you don't think Korra is wholesome Biff Chungus? No. Not really, no.
But personally, I view it as a more simple approach. First of all,
Do you? Because you just showed us this whole fucking complicated theory, or 5% of it, that didn't seem very simple to me.
Airbending being accessible to her in a desperate moment after the rest of her elements were taken away made a lot of sense to me. I was curious for the entire season if his powers would even work on the Avatar, given what an anomaly the Avatar is in general. And having no other choice but to access that part of her that's been cut off, she's able to focus her energy into airbending. Instead of overthinking it like she's been doing the entire season, in a moment of desperation, she's able to actually obtain and harness that skill, relying...
Oh, so it turns out all you have to do to bend is be really desperate. Oh, okay. Okay. Man. That's really fortunate for the Avatar, because I'm sure they're putting a lot of high intensity, desperate moments. Yeah, that's really handy for them.
On her Avatar instinct and bending as a piece of her body rather than something that she has to be able to get. And with the spirits of the Avatar giving her bending
just need
back,
to do a
I
windy
think
punch.
that this is actually one of the more powerful moments in the series.
Oh,
there
yeah?
can be
You do?
definitely a case made for her opening each of her chakras throughout the season.
No,
Korra has
I don't
lost
think so.
everything
But I'd
she
like you to
thought
go into
made
it a little
her
more.
her. From the beginning of book 1, we see that she places an extremely high value on her bending abilities, and that she uses that to define who she is, along with her title as the Avatar.
Yeah,
but
that's
Amon breaks down that reliance, threatening to take
also
away her
true.
bending for good, and presenting a very real threat that Korra never really thought she would have to face.
Yeah, it was kind of an
After I take your
interesting
bending
setup.
away,
Yeah.
you will be nothing.
God, see, Amon could have been something. Amon could have been something, man. They had something here. They were cooking with this. And then they burnt it.
And after he actually takes her bending from her, Korra reaches the lowest point she's ever faced, and even considers ending her own life, reincarnating into the next Avatar.
Yeah, she does. She was gonna jump. It's funny.
Who would have all the elements again, presumably. Ultimately, though, she inches away from the cliff's edge in this finale.
And what would have been interesting is that she goes on the classic Avatar journey, really actually gets into what makes bending a certain element a whole thing, a whole physical and emotional transformation. She would have actually had arcs to go through. Man, that would have been something. Too bad it wasn't.
Unable to throw her life away like that, saying that she has value besides her bending abilities. And because she...
But she doesn't, though, does she? Because when she loses them, she's nothing until Aang shows up and just gives them all back to her. And that's what makes her, quote-unquote, better again. So, what's that supposed to be teaching us? Sir, ma'am,
reached that ultimate low and still found the strength to keep going, Aang comes to her and gives her bending back.
She didn't feel the strength to keep going. She just sunk to her knees, or sunk to her butt, and cried. And then Aang showed up and fixed everything. What if she threw herself off a cliff when she had no bending and she lets go of everything, and that's when she unlocks airbending? That's better, to be honest. I think I would have laughed my ass off at it. I like the direction you're going in though with that.
Or more accurately, Rava gives her bending back, and she's able to access the avatar.
Rava? No, she didn't, because they hadn't fucking made up Rava at this point. They had no idea about Rava. That was some bullshit they came up with later.
Because this is the first moment where Korra actually viewed herself as a human being and came into contact with her own soul, spiritual self, and wants aside from what she was told to do since she was a child. And it makes sense that the Avatar spirit could hold the bending and then subsequently give it back, even after blood...
What? No, I could argue this better than you, buddy. He's just blocking the bending with blood bending. All right, the bending, her ability to bend is still in there. So yeah, she's still holding it. She could have gone on a journey to unblock it. She didn't need her fucking Avatar spirit to show up in a hall call and be like, "Hey, wipe those tears, babe. You don't got to do nothing. We're here to save the day." Thank you, Spider-Dude93. And confirmed for not feeling urgency when learning firebending. or any of the fucking elements when he had the fucking world on his shoulders to save. Yeah. All the Comet Doomers should have known nothing ever happens. Aang was right. Yes, true.
Bending has blocked it in terms of chi. Even after they combine, the spirit still holds those abilities and can restore them from this anomaly. Not to mention, chi blocking is akin to a form of energy bending, it seems.
I don't know, maybe. But what happened wasn't... I guess it was chi blocking in a way. With blood bending.
It hasn't really been elaborated on, but the way I viewed it is, if the avatars are able to energy bend, they should be able to bend the energy within oneself, including that chi that has been blocked up, preventing them from being able to bend those other elements.
I don't like the advent of energy bending. I don't think it should have been in the finale. I thought it was an ass pull. But if you are going to do something with it here, have her do it, and not a ghost.
In Book 2, people feel that Korra's giant blue spirit is a bailout and makes no sense.
Yes.
When I personally feel that it was the perfect end to her arc this season, and I will die on this hill. I just think her versus Unavatu is one of my favorite fights in this entire series. Like I mentioned before...
Oh my god. Okay, well, there's no reasoning with you, obviously, but I've never met a Korra fan who was like, yeah, this was epic, man. Well, maybe they initially did, but when they talk to me, they speak about it in hushed tones, ashamed.
Korra learned this season that her role as the Avatar should not encompass her entire identity, and her humanity is essential to the role. She is Korra, not just the Avatar. Removing Rava entirely is crucial to prove this point, separating her from the Avatar power and showing that Korra herself is strong-willed and was chosen for this role for a reason.
She's strong-willed. I don't think anyone's ever said otherwise about that. Yeah.
Would have been really upset if the season ended.
He's writing the story himself at this point.
Where
Yeah.
Rava simply tells
it's even
Korra
worse somehow.
that she's the Avatar and that's why she cannot lose. She is Korra besides the Avatar. If anything, she is Korra first. She was
I don't like that message. I think Korra should have learned that she is the Avatar, you know, and all that encompasses. All of it comes first. That'd be nice. I think that's basically what Aang learned. He ran away from his duty. Resulted in a bit of a mess. And then he learns pretty quickly. Well, I have a duty to get to. I am the Avatar. I'm not just Aang. It's a good story.
Able to use her own spirit, her own resolve, to fight against chaos and regain Rava, saving the Avatar line from destruction. Which brings me to a huge point. It's not her fault she lost Rava in the first place.
Yeah, it did, because she didn't have to listen to the fucking Avatar of the Spirit of Darkness and do all the shit to get into the situation where she, lost her connection to the past lives. She didn't have to do that. It is kind of her fault.
Stop victim blaming Korra, please.
She's a victim, guys. I mean, yeah, in a way, yeah, she's a victim of the villain that she helped every step of the way.
She did so well in that fight. There is not much more she could have done to prevent that.
Oh man, she could have done basically the opposite of every choice that she made in that book. That would have helped. That certainly would have helped.
Mentioned that there is no way she would have been able to predict that Unalaq would be able to suck Rava out of her.
Yeah, to be fair, yeah, there's no way she could have seen that coming, because no one fucking did, because they didn't set that shit up.
But this realization is what allows her to move forward more thoughtfully and to eventually decide to leave the portals open. She learns that she doesn't know best and that Unalaq
She doesn't know best, and yet she decides that the first Avatar and then the thousands of avatars following that first Avatar were all wrong. And actually, she does know best. Juan was wrong. Let's open those bitches up, baby.
May have at least been partially right. This leads to the Air Nation coming back, which is one of the most positive developments in the entire series, and one that Aang would have been excessively happy with.
I'm sure he would have, but it's bullshit anyway.
I don't know why she doesn't get more credit for this major win. It is entirely because of her will and the growth.
Because it's not a win. It's such a fucking narrative destroying. It's a retcon to the highest degree. And I like to toss the term retcon around a lot as if it's a negative, because 95% of the time it isn't negative, but it's a descriptive term. It just means retroactive canon. A decision made in a canon later on that changes what came before. This can sometimes be the positive effect. I can't think of any examples off the top of my head, but a lot of the time it's because the writer is being a bit lazy. And in this case, that's the case. Or retroactive continuity. Sorry, not canon. My bad. I'm tired.
She has gone through thus far, being able to be thoughtful enough to listen to.
Flashbacks are kind of retcons then, right? Yeah, they can be. Yeah. For sure. And they can sometimes be good.
To her enemies and understand that they may be right about certain aspects. Also, it's explained vehemently that during harmonic convergence, the spiritual energy is strengthened by an enormous amount. It stands to reason that Korra.
I guess she did get turned into a fucking giant blue ghost woman. That's pretty powerful. She shoot fucking spirit beams out of her chest.
Sitting in the center of the tie between the two worlds in the.
One of your favorite pieces of lore. Is it that tree too? That tree that never got any explanation?
Tree of Time would be able to harness this power, especially since presumably the lion turtle gave the Avatar energy bending with Aang. So why can't Korra do it? I mean...
He didn't do it like this. As much as I don't like it here, he didn't do it like that.
Aang figured out how to energy bend in the heat of the moment with almost no training. Korra does the same thing by...
Yeah, they're pretty bad. They're both pretty bad. But this is less bad.
recognizing her inner power.
The most powerful thing about you is not the spirit of Rava, but your own inner spirit. You have always been strong, unyielding, and fearless. Before he fused with Rava, Juan was just a regular person.
Oh, good night, K6.
He was brave and smart and always wanted to defend the helpless.
The show fucking glazing itself so fucking hard. Korra, you're so great, so magnificent. I don't remember. Did Aang ever even get that from any of his friends? And then Korra doing it to Juan. God, it's so fucking bad.
That's right. He became a legend because of who he was, not what he was. He wasn't defined by Rava any more than you are. Do as the ancients
no.
Connect to the cosmic energy of the universe. Don't bend the elements, but the energy within yourself.
You really think I can do this?
I have no doubt.
I feel like
I wonder why none of the other avatars did. That's on the fault of Avatar, The Last Airbender, unfortunately. Man, energy bending. It was an asshole then, it's an asshole now.
A lot of people don't let Korra take bold steps. Aang merging with the ocean spirit to become this giant fish monster is totally fine without any explanation. But Korra bending...
Yeah. I mean, there's some explanation. He's the Avatar, the bridge between the two worlds. He's been jiving with the spirits before this, jiving with them now. I mean, you can follow why this happens. There's a logic to it.
Her own energy, representative of the entire arc that she's been through this season, and being able to defeat chaos with her own spirit is a bailout. I don't understand why, and I don't understand why it's silly either. I thought it was...
Well, I can tell you why it's silly. Hold on, I'm going to play the video for another 2 seconds.
It was incredibly awesome.
There you go. That's why it's silly. Just look at it.
Awesome to see, and such an epic and huge scaled battle. Something that Avatar...
Huge scale battle, the bigger is better. They fight a giant ghost beast. Yippee!
Hopefully we're done with this segment soon. Is there any explanation of why its avatar is an avatar of the planet if the avatar just seems to be Rava plus human? Well, before there was explanations. Not necessarily within the show itself, but there was stuff on, like back in the day on Nick.com, which was definitely considered at the time canon lore descriptions from the writers, but that all got wiped out. So but for Rava and a human being an avatar, that's a little less that's not really there, is it?
Hasn't really done since Aang merged.
Yeah, she's the avatar and you gotta deal with it.
Which is a scene that I still love to death. It is so terrifying and awe-inspiring. And I felt the same thing while watching Korra. Jinora is often seen as bailing Korra out, but I really never saw it.
Yeah, that too, yeah, because what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? What the fuck are we looking at? Why? Why can she do this?
This way because they had been building Jinora's importance and role this entire season. And I think when you dedicate screen time and slowly build Jinora's spiritual abilities to the point where she is able to do this incredible feat, it is definitely rewarded and not just a Deus Ex Machina.
But you've got to explain, you got to do a little bit more than this. Just her being a little bit spiritually attuned Doesn't explain why she's able to do this and like no one else has ever, and it actually doesn't explain at all like the breadth of her powers, the hard rule set, if you would. None of that's explained. So yeah.
In book 3, she is saved, quote unquote, by the Airbenders, even though it was her willpower that held her through that poison for so long.
Just some fucking bullshit too, man. I can't wait to get this video out because man, this shit is so fucking stupid, and I've loving tearing into it. It's been fun. It just takes so long to do. Aang fusing with the water spirit is fine because we already saw that an avatar letting their emotions take over causes some really bad stuff to happen, kind of like what happens with spirits. I suppose. But I wouldn't say that wasn't Aang really losing control. Or I guess you're saying that's something that the spirit of the ocean did. So yeah, that's true. That's what happened.
And she even powered through to nearly best Zahir in combat. The poison is what takes her out of the fight, but fighting through it while she was able, she almost got the upper hand. Plus the Airbenders coming back to save her is a result of her choice at the end of book 2. That's the entire point of them being able to form.
You want to know why she's in this situation to begin with, sir? I'll give you a little hint. It's what she does at the end of book 2. So, poetry.
That giant tornado and take Zahir down once and for all. Balance has been brought to the world, and even if Zahir was given bending as well, the positive changes will help resolve the issues he may cause. But he is still necessary in terms of balance. Ugh, I love this show so much.
You're just making shit up, man. You watched a whole other show than everybody else. Especially with that fucking chocolate thing. I would go back and look at that, but I don't think my brain can take it. Oh, welcome, Mask of the Dragon. Hey, welcome.
And to add, she didn't really have a choice in terms of the kidnapping. She sacrificed herself to save this positive change she's created. And by the time they realized they were tricked, she was already in chains. And
tricked? I mean, they knew what they were getting into. I don't know. It's not really
she
worth
still
it.
puts up an insanely good fight against the main villain with her father while her hands and feet are chained together. It's honestly supremely impressive, but again, little...
I'm trying to remember. Did she have full control of the Avatar state at this point? Why did she... I forget if I go into this in the video at any point. Because she doesn't use the Avatar state that she should have throughout book 3. And that might be because they're trying to imply she didn't entirely reconnect with Rava yet. I forget. I'm gonna have to go look back through my script. Anyway. Yeah, I think Aang could have fucked these guys up no problem, but you know, that's my opinion.
To this moment. But in book 4, I mean, come on. Korra ripped open a hole in space-time by showing compassion for one of the most callous villains we've seen.
She fucking nuked Republic City. It's great.
Spirit laser that she is not sure she will be able to block. It could just obliterate them both. And some people still won't give her any credit for her development or her work as an avatar. Not only is this a far cry from the Korra we began with,
her handiwork, all right.
It's also a level of compassion that none of us would have expected. In fact, many were hoping Korra would kill Kuvira, and were disappointed in Korra for saving her life instead. Which is ironic, given how many times people were pissed off for Korra being too rash in the past.
I don't think anyone ever expected her to fucking kill a character. I mean, it's a kid show, man.
When she thinks through her actions and tries to talk to Kuvira in book 4,
especially after the end of Avatar,
refused to kill Ozai. She's being too wishy-washy. Again, she just can't win. But I respect Korra for forcing Kuvira to face everything she's done and to go to trial for her mistakes, and for being able to identify parts of Kuvira that are similar to her own flaws and that are human. She is not the great uniter. She is a human who has gone way far astray, and she needs to be tried as one and punished so that she understands the gravity of her mistakes. Death is too easy. It's a real testament to how
No, it's not death anymore. She'll get sent to spirit hell forever. Because that's how that works probably now.
Far Korra has come, though, and how understanding and wise she now is as an avatar. The way she deals with
power
her
scaling, that means she's
so
better,
vastly
yeah.
different than what we saw in book 1. It is so evident that she has developed, and it was done carefully and gradually throughout each of these seasons.
Not
I appreciate that Korra fails so much, and I think that Korra's failures are necessary. I think that she wins in battle, by the way, enough to outweigh these failures, but Korra...
Do you, though? Can you show some examples, please?
Really gets a lot of blame whenever she makes a mistake or loses a battle, especially the battle against Kuvira in season 4.
God, which is so fucking bad. Where she's going to be like, hey, use the avatar state if you fucking want to. I'll whoop your ass anyhow, and she does. God damn, they turned the avatar into they nerfed it so bad. Turned it into a fucking toy.
Even though she is not mentally well at the time. But being able to lose so much and coming back every time stronger and wiser for the lessons she learned after being beaten down is so much.
Remember when the most powerful firebender in all the world, being on Comet Roids, when he saw the avatar in the avatar state, and, you know, it was a look of complete fucking fear because he got thrown across a rocky field, and then he ran away like a bitch because that's all he could do, because that's what the avatar was. That was cool. The full might of the avatar. And then Kuvira just walks up to it and says, try if you can, baby.
More of a powerful message to me, and helped me relate to Korra in a much more major way than I did with Aang. Plus, a new spirit portal in Republic City is huge and such a beautiful resolution to the series. It is a physical representation of the immense change that Korra has brought to the world, and Republic City especially, reuniting humanity with the spirits. And this will only increase that connection that humanity has in the future. Republic City being overrun by spirit vines and becoming a kind of city jungle hybrid was one of the best choices they ever made.
Why? Okay, you better explain this.
They turned this kind of metropolis into a haven for both spirits and humans.
No, they turned it into a haven for spirits because they can't go into these things. It's a danger for them. And as shown in the comics later on, the spirits still don't really gel with the humans. And they get very mad when the humans move into the spirit realm still. So no, not really. This diversity isn't their strength here, I would say.
And it ended up becoming a true symbol of unity, not just for of different nations, but for humans and spirits as a whole.
I love
Plus, it's just
guy.
so amazing.
He's not even little. He's larger than Korra.
Compassion after months of abuse between the humans and the spirits, thanks to Kuvira, a new portal forms right in the center of the city, almost as a reward, a way to improve
8% approval rate.
relationships that
Yeah.
were damaged during this conflict. Another major complaint that I see with the
What's the
Legend
next
of
part,
Korra
man? I wanna
is
stop.
the mechs and
All
technology.
right. Oh man, I kind of want to go. I do kind of want to see his take on this, but I can't do it. I can't do it. We gotta stop. We gotta end it here because I've actually gone on a lot longer than I thought I would. I'm tired, boss. I am tired too. Let's cleanse our palates. Well, we're gonna have to do that with some TTS goodness. We got a few things in the TTS. I'll try to send a couple more through that might have gotten fucking glitched if I can find them. And then that will be the end of that. So if you don't really care for TTS, thank you for showing out tonight. Sticking around to see me get tortured by this. I'm going to say objectively terrible video. I'm sorry. Positivity, I think is your channel name. By the way, no one, obviously the boilerplate standard, don't go and harass the fucker or whatever. It would just boost him in the algorithm anyway or whatever, so not worth it. Anyway. But he's so cringe. Yeah, well, I mean, that's its own revenge, really. It's its own punishment. All right, so let's see about these TTS. And otherwise, thanks to the folks that showed out, and I hope you have a good night or whatever the fuck. All right, here we go. Oh, thank you, Butchies, for the 5 memberships. Thank you very much. Go TTS.
That's right.
What's up, my Gegner Steblos?
What's up, Steblos? Thank you.
You need Jesus niggers tongue my anus. Unfortunately, all you have right now is me.
Yeah, of course. That's man, that's what we had to come back to. Yeah, baby. Why would you leave for the TTS? This is the best part. This is the best part of these streams.
Hey, Blue Max. Who would win in a face-sitting contest between you and Starfire?
All right.
Oh, so you want to see Blue Max via Starfire in a sit-down showdown? Honestly, Starfire's got the bubbly radiance, but she's never faced the discipline of an avatar who practices cock-bending squats daily. I'll give her points for her alien charm and hair game, but when it's time to plant our butts and outlast, I'd unleash a full element-bending chair blitz while Starfire's still talking about friendship. Results? I'm crowned queen, Starfire's starstruck, and ER can't handle the view.
I can't. That's amazing. AI is funny, man. AI is fucking funny. AI is taking all the shit over in the next couple of years. I'm sorry. Clearly, we've shown that us humans, we don't have a grip on this anymore. AI's got it. I don't give a fuck what y'all say.
Unconfirmed for not feeling urgency when learning firebending.
Yeah.
The Comet Doomer should have known nothing ever happens. Aang was right.
He was. Thank you.
She is Korra first, is the clarion call of every tattooed millennial woman in a useless make-work job.
Correct. And this guy.
Alert, cuties fan.
No. Oh my god.
You need Jesus, fuck her right into the Unfortunately, all you have right now is me.
That's right.
What's up, my Gegner Mask of the Dragon?
What's up, Mask of the Dragon?
We in there, baby.
Thank you, Munchies. Okay, I've got to look through. Okay, so the queue emptied out. Let me see. Again, I'm sorry if a message which I told you not to send through Streamlabs and took the fucking link out of the description. I'm sorry if it didn't go through. But let me see. Junior throwing tomatoes hatefully at me. I'm just gonna read this one out. Hatefully throws tomatoes at you. Hatefully fleeks peanuts at you. Hatefully throws Johan fanfics at you. I think you have done this. Yes, hatefully throws my N-word pass at you. I don't need the pass. Hatefully takes away on Takamaki from you. No, you can't do this to me. You get what you deserve tonight, ER. This is all on you. True. Ended that. Yeah, true. I've seen some bad streams on this channel, but this one is really the worst. We get a lame Korra video essay. We have no funny super chats anymore, and ER caved in to be a good boy tonight. He's doing it for the BlackRock money. For shame, take the L. Thank you once again, Junior. Oh my goodness. The Streamlabs working yet? Pee pee poo poo. No, it is not, Blondie. Thank you. Hey, okay, here's one for Blue Max that I'll send through from Junior again. I wish I had BlackRock money. I do too. I gotta earthbend some of them black rocks. Let me tell you what. Oh boy, oh boy. Let's see. Dude, I think I've struck some fucking BlackRock gold with this Blue Max. She's pretty good. Gonna have to keep her, make her a mainstay in the lineup. Funny. All right, here we go. You're cherry picking messages. I'm just looking through to see the ones. Well, I'm obviously not putting some through that are just the same fucking 2 words over and over again.
Hey, Blue Max, why can't ER learn to be on time when he's supposed to stream on schedule?
I'm sorry.
Also, why is he censoring super chats now? This is not the based and racially charged content I signed up for. I'm gonna revolt and take out that chocolate MOFO.
Rick, you hit the nail harder than I hit Asami, not gonna lie. ER's sense of time makes even spirit world trips feel punctual. Fashionably late is his only move. The guy censors super chats like he's hiding more secrets than my cock-bending techniques. Look, if ER doesn't bring that chaos energy soon, you have my blessing to coup the operation. Somebody's got to teach him to handle a stream, properly and uncensored. Make the critics sweat,
I try
Rick.
my best. I try my best. I do. And it's not enough, but I do try my best. I should have been looking for another thing to put through while I was joking. All right. Okay, that was back at the start. I look through.
Jack Saint, what are you? Oh, it's raping and eating children. My mistake. You have to go back to Nonce Island.
No, Jack Saint, why? Okay, I'm gonna just read this one out because I don't feel like putting it through. This would be in the Tyrone's voice. ER is a horseshit scammer that doesn't know how to fix the Streamlabs. Message dumbfuck, message dumbfuck, message dumbfuck, message dumbfuck, message dumbfuck, message dumbfuck. Thank you for that. Tyrone.
Activating chipper. User anonymous. Assume the position. That's right. Feet first. Here we go.
These price hikes are ridiculous. From Chris 6. First they were $4. Now they're $2. When will your degeneracy end? All right. Let me see. You won't send my message to Max. I want my $5 back. You scam me. You're dead man ER from Junior. I think I did put it through actually. Yes, I did. Hey, Blue Max, why can't? Oh, you sent it through. You sent it through twice actually. So you might want to at least get a refund on one of them, Junior. Spread the word. ER wants the BlackRock money now. That's why he sends me super chats. We won't stand for this and we'll be taking us in heads. ER, you better count your days. You nagger. Thank you. That's also Junior. Oh boy. All right, let me let's thank you. This is also from Junior. Let's thank ER for killing all the fun tonight just so we can watch some lame core video essay together. I can't believe I'm saying that Deltarune streams were more enjoyable than this. That's harsh. I hope you're proud of yourself, ER. Take this L, by the way. I will. And the $3. Thank you very much. Every super chat that doesn't get read on stream is just another L for ER. Well, I'm doing my best, Jar Jar Jr., because that's what he deserves right now. Sorry, guys, but we can't have fun anymore. All right, then a bajillion messages of the same fucking 2 words that I'm not going to repeat. I'll put this one through. This one was the Evil Johan, but since Evil Johan is not in operation tonight, I'm going to send this one to Blue Max. So let me rewrite this one. This is from Awesome Night 85. Through real quick. What are your thoughts on the Avatar's death battles? Would you ever cover them? I've actually, I don't think I've ever watched them. You know what? That might be fun to do on a stream sometime, just as an aside, just to see them, because I've never seen them. I don't know how they pan out. Might be interesting. I was never into the death battle stuff. I didn't really watch them. I suspect they would make me very mad, but how do you break Super Berry Dispenser every other stream? You hate money? Yeah, I do.
Hey Blue Max, is Sawa Grape Sama super cool to slander against ER for being black and skinny and maybe weak? And to put salt into his wounds, there's rumors that she may kick ER dog for fun.
Oh, you know it. Blue Max and Sawa Grape Sama are an absolute power duo when it comes to roasting ER. We don't even try to be subtle about how scrawny he is. Sawa belts out karaoke burns, and I flex my biceps until he realizes he's the only guy in the room who's never lifted anything heavier than a YouTube hot take. And the snack prank? Classic. We stash his favorite treats in my cock-bending gym bag. Watching him flail around, begging for mercy, is half the fun. Sawa sings, I strut, and ER gets roasted and snackless. Perfect night.
Sounds like it. Thank you very much. I'm gonna have to close myself off from Sawa-sama. She seems like a real enemy. All right. Let me put this other one through.
Alert, alert, Cuties fan detected. Message from ER is
No. Okay. Would you stop?
Percent message percent.
Okay, now I have to put that one through. Actually, I'm just going to read it. Stop it. They don't work. They don't work. Stop. Don't give me money because they don't work. All right. Is this one going through? All right. This is another legit question for Blue Max.
Hey Blue Max, who would win in a fight between Ann Takamaki and the Subway Slammer? Ann has fire magic and a toy gun, and the Subway Slammer has superhuman strength, GigaChad genetics, and a burning hatred for women.
Boo! Ann Takamaki's got that fiery flair and a killer bodysuit, plus fire magic gives her serious edge. But the Subway Slammer? That dude's raw power and GigaChad genetics throw down hard, and with a bone to pick over subway seats, nothing's stopping him. Honestly, it'd be hot. Literal fireworks, raging muscles, total chaos.
This just sounds like an Evil Johan
Ann charmed
response.
him senseless, or hit him with the old cock-bending special, Subway Slammer's taking the W. Still, I'd rather watch than fight. Bet he'd make me sweat.
It's just Evil Johan, but super fucking horny. Some fucking reason. Okay, another one. This one is from I can't actually repeat it because the name is foul. All right. Oh boy. I'm going through. All right, here we go. Johan, stop sending these. Yes, please.
Hey Blue Max or Evil Johan or Evil Max or whatever, could you please explain to ER that donators can't refund on Streamlabs and that he has to be the one to do it? Thanks, babe. Oh, and please, Mo Gaddishu his sneed into your Bix nudity, Korra.
All right, let's try this
Did
again.
we send this one through already?
It's Blue Max.
Maybe
not
we did.
Evil Max, not Evil Johan.
All right,
ER,
all right.
you listening?
Yeah,
Donators on
I
Streamlabs
gotcha.
can't just hit undo on those dollars. You
They
gotta
can- they
handle
can.
those
They literally
refunds
can.
personally,
I
right in
do,
your
though.
own back-end
Yes.
panel.
Yeah,
so
I do.
cowboy up
I
and
do.
take care of business instead of
I-
letting your
I
sneed
will
flop
if anyone
all over
does.
YouTube.
If anyone sends
Now,
through,
Mo
I will.
Gaddishu-style meme magic. I'll bend your sneed so hard it'll echo through every meme timeline. Korra-verse style. That's a sneed feed multiverse, baby.
Oh, girl. All right. I actually think I've caught most of the ones that didn't go through here. Black man doesn't want to do work refund. I guess not a lot. All I have to do is just hit a button and say, yeah, sure, whatever, have your money back.
That's right.
Blue Max has to say deal with it when she's summoned.
You're absolutely right about that, and I will have that in place before the next stream. Thank you, late Lord Hood, for that 15 months. Most of these. There was another one. Someone sent one through Super Chat, but I think actually they sent it again through Streamlabs, didn't they? Yeah, the sex one. Yeah, that one. pegging one. Yeah, we did that one.
DJ
Oh my
alert.
god.
ER has a pink sock. Tried batting for the Weimar Republic and missed. Point and laugh. Point and laugh.
God damn you. God damn you. What will the next stream be about? I am not sure. For next Monday, I'm not sure. For members, Wednesday, just some, hopefully a little bit more chill. Final Fantasy VIII. But next Monday, I have no idea. No idea. Oh, something. All right. So, all right. So one from Nathan. I skipped most of this trash stream, and if the Wednesday one is this bad, I'm gonna cancel my monthly subscription. Well, you're free to do that, Nathan, if you so desire. Hopefully Wednesday won't be this much of a clusterfuck. Go. Oh, you know what? Did they send this one through? I love Sour Grape, and I would have. Maybe I shouldn't read this out loud. The next stream will be ER increasing the blacklist a few more miles. That's absolutely true, actually. Hey, Norg will be back. Yes, Norg will be back on the plate. If you ever need an excuse to keep talking about Avatar and Legend of Korra because that's your thing and you feel like you're running out of ideas, those death battles might not be half a bad idea. Maybe I will then. I mean, everyone else seems to know what the fuck they are, and I don't. LMAO again, winning. So we did send that one through before. You know what? To end things off, maybe I'll just send it through again. Yeah, all right. To end things out, I will send that one through again. All right. Just because I kind of love Blue Max. All right, here we go. Just got here, but hello, Dad. Well, hello, Eli. And you, I don't know if you missed out on that much, but it was a stream, all right. I've learned, I think, that the EFAP structure, like, maybe really not my thing. All right, here we go.
Hey, Blue Max, I love Sour Grapey, and I would have sex with her. ER, fix your YouTube.
Why is this reading it in my voice?
While we can super chat the word sex. Cans her.
Sawa Grape definitely deserves a fruit basket, or 3. She brings top-tier chaos wherever she goes, and I absolutely stan a girl who can out-party the Avatar. ER, get with it. Your YouTube auto-mod nukes, fun harder than a jealous Asami. You let people roast Hassan all day, but can't handle a little sex in the chat? Lame. Loosen up those filter settings, critic boy. And let Sawa's fans celebrate her properly. Cans her. And long live the Sawa Revolution.
Long live the Sawa Revolution. And with that, I think that's an excellent point to end on tonight. All right. Yeah, your videos are fantastic, but your streams are incredibly boring. Well, it is what it is, man. Streams are a little easier to put out at a faster rate than videos, but the videos are still, they're still coming, but they will come when they come. All right. Thank you all for showing out, for the generosity despite fucking donations just shit in the bed on me. And I will see some of y'all members on Wednesday, and hopefully for something next Monday, I'll figure it all out. Review Rent a Girlfriend, cuck shit out of 10. All right, with that, thank you everybody. You have a good night, and I will I'll see y'all when I see y'all. Bye-bye.